215. The existence of Aryan nation activity in the state, while harshly decried by state leaders, is not quite the anomaly it might seem. Good fences make good neighbors. I'm okay, you're okay. Thus do the northern and southern portions of Idaho, seemingly so politically disparate, peacefully coexist. In the late 19th century, it's worth noting, Mormons in Idaho were not permitted to hold office. These days, many state leaders are Mormon. I use the newspaper to dispose of Tammy's poor Violet. Warner's wife Mallory, then an accountant for a video store chain, keeps their 2-year-old son Tyler at bay so Warner and I can sit at their kitchen table, under a ceiling fan, in their comfortable new home on the northeast side of town. We're just a few miles from the border of the Fort Hall Reservation. They've just moved in, and one of those clocks that chimes each hour with a different bird call goes off twice while we're talking. The clock was a gift for Tyler, he explains. Before him on the table Warner has a copy of the National Park Service study and a neatly organized, 3-ring binder containing papers pertaining to the band's business, separated by carefully labeled tabs. I ask him how he feels when he sees coverage of things like Pioneer Days dominating the local broadcast and print media. I didn't attend, he says wryly. I ignore it. I mean, what can we do? It's something that's gone on for years. We've never had any involvement with it, have never been asked. Warner was himself baptized in the LDS Church, because it was the thing to do here. Everybody was. It was a thing you had to do. I had no idea what I was doing. He was about 12 or 13 at the time, he says, and all of his school friends were going to youth camps and other things that looked like fun. But I never stepped foot in a church, he says. His wife's family was LDS, he says, but they're no longer active. She has resisted the pressure to baptize Tyler, deciding that that should be his choice when he's older. We change the subject to the Park Service project. Since Warner left his job as Director of Cultural Resources for the tribe, and began working for the U.S. Department of Agriculture as a program technician, inspecting fields that have been put into fallow with the Conservation Resource Program, he understands the landowners' objections to the proposed site a bit better, he says. Having spent a lot of time with white farmers, he's more sympathetic. I think I'm 216. Grasping their values, their way of life, being worried about it being jeopardized, or having it taken away, something their family passed on for generations. Having that taken away threatens them, and anything that threatens them, they're going to stand up for. I understand their beliefs, but I think there can be some compromise. You know how it is. You mention that the government's going to come in and you automatically have that stereotype that the government's just going to take it and put it all into this national park. We're not going to be paid for it, or benefit from it or anything, and we ain't going to have no say in it. So immediately they put up their guard, like what you see in Preston. Warner feels confident, though, that the alternatives proposed by the Park Service suggest that the government is willing to get some input from both sides to develop a compromise, so that they understand where we're coming from, and we understand why they're so concerned. And meet in the middle somehow. I ask Warner if it's really possible to implement this project without somebody getting hurt. No, he says, I don't think you can believe something like that. In that case, why do it at all? Remember, he replies, I'm in the archaeology part of it. I'm looking at preservation and protection of graves. When I go there and I hear from different people in the area that they've seen skeletal remains, or I see cattle grazing over them, and junk piles and stuff that is degrading to me, and I would like to see that protected. We don't want to see bones coming out, or people digging wherever they want to dig without first investigating. That's just our belief. And the only way to really do that is to get it under federal ownership. The state doesn't have laws and regulations to protect things like that. They're more for farmers' rights, private owners' rights. But also, Warner says, I want the story told. When I was little, I remember my grandfather telling me stories about it, and other people going to council meetings and other people telling me, you know who you are, you know where you're from, you know what happened over there by Preston. When Warner's family lived in Montana, his father brought him down to the site to see it. When I got older I started reading books and really getting into it. I couldn't believe it. Is this true? Did this really happen? And there aren't hardly any books about it. It wasn't taught in school, it wasn't like Wounded Knee, it's not on TBS every weekend. It isn't really publicized. I questioned that. Why? Warner 217. I ask for Warner's opinion as to why the story isn't common knowledge to people. It was during the time of the Civil War, he says, and there wasn't much attention paid by the government or the journalists. Warner visited the National Archives in Washington, D.C., and found very little. You'd see all this Civil War stuff and maybe some stuff in California, and then you'd see a little article about a skirmish between Indians and the whites. That was it, and I thought that was interesting. So I started digging into it. And of course the incident caught his attention for personal reasons. I wanted to learn about my history. It's interesting to find your grandfather's name in a book, so of course, I wanted to learn more about him. I never met my great-grandfather, and I wanted to learn about what he did. Warner says that he knows little about his ancestry prior to Sagwitch. May knows the father and mother of Sagwitch, he says, but next in his own family tree is his great-grandfather Frank Timbimba Warner, 2 years old at the time of the massacre and later adopted by a Mormon family. Frank Warner converted to Mormonism, became a schoolteacher, and was well known and admired by whites and Shoshone alike as an intellectual and Native American activist. Warner's grandfather was Wayne Timbimba Warner, his father is Neil Warner. He has tons of cousins, he says, not least due to the Shoshone practice of polygyny. Sagwitch married a number of wives. I've been told he had 6, and I've also been told that in different tribes he had married wives and had children, with some of the Western Shoshone. It really needs to be researched. Warner says that the multiple marriages of the 19th century Shoshone differ from Mormon polygyny. It wasn't meant to have all these wives for status. There was a purpose for it, whether it was survival or to provide for a family, for a certain group of people. He's read several anthropologists on the subject, but then, he says, you talk to the elders and they don't seem to recall anything about it. Warner adds that he feels keenly a responsibility to tell the story, but he doesn't know why. Several of the elders have said, there's a reason why you're doing this. You didn't just all of a sudden one day wake up and decide you wanted to learn about this. A lot of people in this tribe have no interest. There's a reason. Someone may be watching you or pushing you to do this. Someone wants the story to be told. That's always pushed me. He sees it as a spiritual matter. I, 218, would like to feel that my ancestors are watching over me, and watching everything I do, and appreciating things I do. I'm doing it for them. I feel this should be told, because we are here today for the things they had to go through. They survived the Bear River Massacre. It's kind of sad to see us now, politically fighting amongst each other, when they went through something like that for the tribe. If they were to watch us now, fighting over money, it's really degrading. I would hope that something like this could unite the tribe, as well as have the rest of the world recognize the Northwestern Band of the Shoshone and what we went through. I think there's a lot of stuff the LDS Church needs to. I'd be interested in knowing their side of the story. I think there's a lot of hidden history in there that needs to be told. And he wants to correct misperceptions about the status of his people. European Americans today have the wrong idea about contemporary natives, Warner says. People say, yeah, they went through the reservation period and it was a horrible time, starving and everything, but now today look at them. They all have 10 acres of land, they all have land. Whether they chose to sell it or lease it out was their choice. But at least they had some land personally. I would love to have some land for my family, Warner says. Today, he reminds me, The northwestern band has only 180 acres, the remains of the Washakie settlement set up by the church, unacknowledged as a reservation until 1980. My dad's dad had some land in Washakie, where Warner's father grew up, probably only 2 or 3 acres. But it was owned by the church and later put into trust. The history of the Washakie settlement is complicated and vague, not least, Warner says, because history books end the Northwestern Shoshone story with the massacre, but the bottom line is that the Northwestern Band was not recognized as a separate tribe until 1980. It was thought that they did not exist, had been wiped out by the massacre. He applauds May Perry for having worked with the state of Utah for recognition and support, but the state of Idaho still says the tribe doesn't exist. Recently, a member who fished waters included in Northwestern treaty rights was arrested for violating fish and game restrictions. When lawyers argued that the Northwestern Shoshone have Aboriginal treaty rights in those waters, the state of Idaho announced that it does not recognize the Northwestern as a federal tribe, especially since the Northwestern were not given reservation lands. The Warner 219. States ready to go all the way, Warner says. They say, you guys are from Utah. And I find that interesting. Where do they get these borders? I don't understand that. Who cares about these artificial borders that have been put on Idaho and Utah? You cross the border and you're out, you can't come in here? It's ridiculous to me. State recognition is crucial because states are the first level of treaty enforcement. The Box Elder Treaty and the Fort Bridger Treaty both recognized our Aboriginal territory, and within those Aboriginal territories we were permitted to hunt and fish and gather. That was the agreement. And yet I don't know what's happened to it. The state says, we don't recognize you, you're not a federally recognized tribe. I said, okay, we're not. That's interesting. Here's my tribal ID. Other tribes that have land, Warner says, are building. They're rising. There are still a lot of problems, obviously, still a poverty-stricken people. Warner feels that if the Northwestern Shoshone had been given reservation land in the 19th century, the tribe would have prospered from the opportunity. But we weren't because the government said, these LDS people are taking care of them, why should we have to worry about them? Especially after the massacre. And I wonder, why is it that the church felt this need to put us under their wing and show us how to farm? Is it because they felt a responsibility after what took place? And in a way I think they did. But what do we have today? We have 180 acres, and that's just because we have a graveyard there. It came from the church, not from the government. Before, Washakie was a large area. People lived all the way from Malad down to Tremonton and Brigham City, scattered all over with farms and homesteads. It was parceled out over time. Then earlier in the 20th century, Warner says, massacre survivors were some of the first Native Americans to establish homesteads and give up their heritage, applying for U.S. citizenship. Later in the century, many members intermarried with whites and Chicanos. The way it was told to me, Warner says, the problem was that they would still maintain their traditional ways of life. They would still go out hunting, on seasonal trips, and come back 2-3 months later and find that these white farmers had taken over their land and said these guys had abandoned it. After World War II, when there was less work for young people, a number left the area to find jobs in the city, or at the Hill Air Force Base north of Salt Lake City, near where May Perry lives now. You'll hear a different story from May, Warner says, but his understanding is that the church burned down the supposedly abandoned 220 Dund houses. Some of these were the homes of commuters who worked in Brigham City during the week and returned for weekends to see their families. Story goes that they paid tribal elders $5 a house, and burned them. Then the church sold the land to white farmers, land the Northwestern Shoshone thought was theirs, but never had been really, because it had only been held in trust by the church. Perry, Warner says, led the demand for tribal recognition, because there were people with no place to go, and Sagwich's grave needed protection. The band is currently researching deeds to farms in the northern Utah area. Some attempt may be made to reclaim land that was illegally taken. We went out and talked to some of the farmers, and some of them didn't know where their grandfathers got the land. A lot of them remembered their dads telling them, "Yeah, that used to be an Indian home over there and we don't know what happened to them. And now they're farming the land." Well, whose land is it? You go look for the deed and there's no deed on it. But it's just kind of been accepted, and no one's done anything about it. Warner says his band, whose enrollment fluctuates but tends to total around 450, doesn't have the money to hire big tribal attorneys to come in and say, "Look, this is the Northwestern Band, this is their Aboriginal territory, they demand water rights, fishing and hunting rights, per their treaty agreements, things that we need, and establish a reservation." Some people want to live on a reservation, he says, and some people don't, but the choice should be available. There are a lot of tribal members that need that source of income and housing, he says. He'd like to see the band buy land around the Washakie area, for schools, housing, hotels, truck stops, other services. Southeastern Idaho boasts one of the busiest Powerball lottery ticket outlets in the country, frequented as it is by buyers visiting from lottery-prohibitive Utah, and Warner thinks a casino might be profitable in northern Utah. Maybe we would have a casino, start building stuff up ourselves, start making a name for the tribe. It's the only way we can do that, because we have such a small tribe, and very little money. The band currently has a tribal council with monthly meetings, and an office staff in southeastern Idaho, most of which is funded by grants through the Bureau of Indian Affairs, the band's only source of income. Warner's former position, for instance, was financed by a natural. Warner 221. Resource grant, which paid for an officer to provide hunting and fishing tags, and to develop cultural preservation projects. For now, health care is contracted through the Shoshone-Bannock facilities in Fort Hall, but the Shoshone Council would prefer to work solely for their own members. The Northwestern Shoshone are at risk of losing that source of health care. The band's future is insecure without land, Warner says, because that seems to be the precedent in Indian country. You've got to have land. We want to be able to learn our history, have powwows, sun dances, but you really need more land. We're small, but if you provide these services, people will move back from all around, helping out where they can. Site, he concludes, if it were put into national park status, would definitely help us. We have to be careful, and there are things we will have to approach as we go, but other tribes who have some sort of national park have benefited from it. People from all over the world come to these places, tourists, books, movies, these are things the tribe can benefit from. He agrees that the Lakota, who have the best known site at Wounded Knee, still struggle as a nation despite the presence of the site, but he feels that the cases are different. We're a small tribe and most of us were not waiting around for handouts. Most of us have had to learn to survive and haven't had any government money to help out. Everybody has their own life and their own job. We're more interested in just telling the story, and I think that from the start, if we didn't let someone come in and take over the story, we need to watch carefully everything that happens. We want it in the tribe's hands, he says, referring to the proposed park. That was the thing from the start. Some of the tribal members wanted total control. They felt the government shouldn't be involved. He notes that one of the proposed alternatives would leave Franklin County in charge of the site. We didn't want that. We've seen that the only real way is federal acquisition of the site. We have a government-to-government relationship with the federal government. That works out better than the state or local level. In a lot of legislation, whether it be cultural preservation or cultural resource management laws, states are always worse to deal with. They're always fighting regulation of states' rights. The federal government, he says, has a trust responsibility to the tribes, a paternalistic obligation to care for the descendants of natives the United States has. 222. Dispossessed. The desire for a trust relationship can be difficult to reconcile with the desire for sovereignty, but in this case Warner feels that honoring the treaties will support sovereignty. I feel we should continue that trust responsibility, and if it requires them to help us out with establishing this park, then that's what should happen. A project such as this one could serve to unify factions within the band, and if that happened, members might feel they had more reason to remain enrolled and involved in self-government. I've seen quite a few people that just wanted out. There was nothing here for them. They were sick of the bickering and the fighting, and they could go somewhere else to another tribe and have more benefits with them. There is so much this tribe could benefit from, if we can get over our own bickering and our own family feuds. Warner himself felt forced to quit his post with the band, an unfortunate decision not least because the flexible, half-time hours permitted him to continue to work on his anthropology degree. On this day, he is still a few courses shy of graduation and plans eventually to study for a master's. But his paychecks were inconsistent, which was difficult for a college student with a family. There have been a few government shutdowns, he says wryly, when funding was pulled and the entire operation ground to a halt. He often worked to prepare a proposal only to have the council fail to take action to implement it. The band continues to call him with consulting projects. In a way it's sad, he says. I love doing it, and I love talking to people and learning history, meeting more of the tribal members and getting to know them. I just can't deal with the political stress. It wasn't worth it. My hope is that they'll get things resolved. Or maybe, he says, if the Park Service opened a cultural resource center at the Massacre site, he could serve there with other members. We talk about the possible causes of the community fracture Warner so regrets. He acknowledges that perhaps an unusually high number of northwestern Shoshone assimilated abandoned traditional ways for European American ways because there was no economic support, no reservation on which to build the unified community necessary for the perpetuation of life ways. Warner suspects that there may be hidden problems with the 19th century conversion of many survivors to the LDS religion, problems he can only guess at. The influence of the Mormon Church may have hastened that assimilation process. Today, the band is often split politically between members devoted to the church and those who. Warner 223. Question its influence on council decisions. Often his projects get caught in the crossfire between the two factions. On the council, he says, before a recent election, 3 members over here were against the other 3 members over here. And why was that? Well, you had 3 Timbimbus over here, and you had 3 other ones from the other side. 3 of them from Utah and 3 of them from Idaho. There was never consensus on anything. He'd spend weeks on a grant he thought could benefit the band, and then need a resolution from the council. Well, these guys aren't voting. They're upset about something. Or they never met. It was pointless. There was always this bickering. So no tribal resolutions got passed, nothing got done. The factions are the result of a vast history. If you go over here to Fort Hall, and you meet some of the members that have lived on the reservation all their life, completely different beliefs. But those around Salt Lake City where the Timbimbus live, they're kind of in the white world. They've done things with white people, trust white people. You go over here, he says, waving his thumb to the north, toward Fort Hall, and they don't. Not at all. These people remain traditional, still living their ways, not traditional ways, but still attend sun dances, sweats every weekend, whereas these other people go to church every weekend, and that's their new religion. Warner struggles with his own questions about religion, feeling like he's halfway between 2 worlds. He thinks maybe he should be doing sun dances, since he feels more comfortable with the older ways, and doesn't think his religion should be confined to a church. But I'm fearful of going in there, he says. It's like, you're not enough Indian. You can't do that. I get a lot of that. Consequently, he says, he makes things up for himself as he goes along. It's kind of a learning experience. This not enough Indian problem has also affected his ability to work on the Park Service project. When you start talking about the massacre, to people, to tribal elders, it's a touchy issue. There are a lot of strong emotions about it still, and it comes out. Some people didn't even want to talk to me. They said, "You're a Timbimbo, aren't you?" "Yeah." "You're related to me, aren't you?" "Yeah, and I'm probably related to you, too. What does it matter?" I'm amazed at some of the people. We are so small that we're probably all related, somewhere down the line. And yet, I'm not going to talk to you about that. You already know it all. All you're going to believe is your family's story. Actually, Warner says, he accepts the parry. 224. Story as being the one his family knows, but believes there are other stories equally valid. Then too, there's a language barrier. Warner has been studying Shoshone, he says, but I don't speak Shoshone fluently enough. I can understand it, but I can't speak it as well. Don't talk to me unless you can speak in your native tongue. So I'm trying all these things and I get shot down. This fracture, Warner agrees, reflects the still lingering impact of the Indian Reorganization Act of the 1930s, which required tribal governments to organize as majority rule, elected democracies. Perhaps contemporary Shoshone haven't adapted easily to the imposition of more rigid, European American concepts of government, in which a 51% majority can possess 100% of the power, while a 49% minority gets 0%. But this fracture also reflects remnants of traditional Shoshone life ways, when people would follow the leader of the choice, moving to follow a different leader later if they no longer approved of the first. There were, Warner says, within the Northwestern Band, several bands. Originally, Sagwich's people were around the Promontory area. Bear Hunters' people were from the Brigham City, Tremonton area. Pocatello's people were up in Grouse Creek, near the City of Rocks. There were some that were over in the Cache Valley area, and some up here in the Portneuf Valley area. That was just a way to survive. It wasn't like you had to stay here. He's thought about this a lot, he says, as he's struggled to understand where the intracultural differences come from. I can pick out certain tribal members. As soon as you go and meet them, they're always angry, really violent. Why is that? If you go back and look, certain bands were more war parties, or they went with other tribes that were. Sagwich didn't believe in violence, Warner says. Money is always a hot issue on the council. For instance, Warner says, when NAGPRA was passed, it was not accompanied by a federal appropriation to finance the return of remains now required by law. Museums and other federal agencies were given money to conduct inventories, but the tribes were never given a dime. There are a number of grants tribes can get, but grants aren't steady funding. It might not be there in 10 years. It might be, but it might not. Until the tribe is self-sufficient. But how can we do that unless we have land? The economic base is lacking, he says. Warner 225. History is another hot issue. A lot of the differences, he says, have to do with jealousy. There's Bear Hunter's family and his descendants, and then there's Sagwich's family, and then there's the ones in between. These latter, he says, are descendants of Sandpitch and others, but the Bear Hunter and Sagwich families dominate tribal politics. Some of the tension revolves around academic history, particularly the way European American historical methods have intruded into band relationships. Bear Hunter's descendants say Sagwich was never there. He wasn't a chief. And I agree. I don't think he was a chief, and I don't think Bear Hunter was a chief. I don't think there were chiefs. That's just another label. A white guy comes in with a piece of paper and says, "Who's the leader here?" A chief back then wasn't someone that signed papers. It was just a person they followed. Hey, he knows where the best hunting is. We're going to follow Sagwich. He knows where the elk are. He was just somebody that people followed and looked up to. People on Bear Hunter's side get upset that Sagwitch has this recognition now. When they see his story being told, then they've got a story. That wasn't the way it was. Sagwitch wasn't there. But the fact of it is, I told every one of them, if you guys want to be a May Perry, I can get plenty of people that would be willing to come and talk to you and take down everything you say. There is no storyteller for the Bear Hunter family, and consequently the story hasn't been heard much outside the tribe, he says. Warner worries that an attempt to recuperate that side of the story could backfire on the tribe. We're going to have tribal members within tribal members publishing information saying, Sagwitch wasn't nothing, the whole Bear River Massacre story was a crock. It's going to look bad for us. And often, money and history seem to be inexorably linked. They feel we're getting all this money. You're going to get rich off this stuff, Bear Hunter's descendants have said. Since the Park Service made its proposal, some of the Bannock now say their people were present that day. They want a piece of that pie, Warner says. Perry, he asserts, fell into the role of primary storyteller because ironically she had many things written down. It's a lot easier for someone to talk to her because she has it all. She knows what you want to know, she knows what questions you're going to ask. Warner is a bit concerned about Perry's certainty regarding her story. She might even argue that there is no other story, that this is the way it happened. I don't agree with that. 226. A multi-band approach to the story might be useful, but the relationship between the Northwestern Band and the much larger Shoshone, Bannock Reservation is not good, Warner says, which could explain why there's so little about the massacre in the show, Band Museum. The Lemhis and Shoshone, Bannock interact well, he says, but the Northwestern cousins tend to be ostracized some. I don't know what it is. There are certain people at Fort Hall who won't talk to me because they know I'm a Northwestern. One woman looked at me once and said, "You know why I don't talk to you?" I said, "No," she said, "because your tribe's a sellout. You guys sold all your land and just let the government take over." I said, "I think you don't know anything about our tribe." I said, "We had no choice. We didn't sell anything. If we did sell something, I would have something. I don't know where you got that." So the proposed park has several purposes, he says. Not just to tell everybody the story of what happened, but to bring out a lot of things that should be out. Our tribal elders are dying every day. The more they die, the more those stories are gone. It needs to be somehow recorded, put down, whatever. Books and everything are great, but I'd really like it if tribal members could go to the massacre field, have ceremonies, do what we need to do, take our children there, explain our history. Just like anybody else. If we had the money to do it, I know we'd do it in a heartbeat. Warner isn't sure who will tell the Sagwitch story after May. I would hope a number of people do, he says. He thinks that keeping the story with one person has drawbacks, and he would prefer to see a collection of stories providing multiple perspectives of the event. When oral culture flourished, this was how it operated. Every family's going to have a different story of what took place, and over time things are going to change, and you're going to put it your own way and glorify your family over others. Of course you're going to do that. But I think there are things in the stories that are the same, and if we work together somehow you'd have a whole other story, with whole other heroes. He would like to be involved in the telling of the story. I'll continue to do this. I'll continue to do whatever I can to help the tribe, not just for the tribe but for myself, and my family. That's May's whole thing. She's not trying to benefit herself. She's thinking of her family. She's thinking, hey, this stuff needs to be told. I want my grandkids to know this so their grandkids can know. This is her only way. Warner 227. I ask him how he responds to Perry's lament that young people today don't know what it is to be an Indian, an interesting complaint in light of his own assertion that the Salt Lake Shoshone, including Perry, live in a white world. You have to remember, Warner says, May's a very highly spoken person, people look up to her. He shakes his head. I get that you're not Indian, you don't know Indian. What is Indian? That's the thing I question. What is Indian? What's the difference? Nothing can ever change. I was born by my dad, he was born by his dad, I have Indian blood, I can't get rid of it, that's the way I am. I'm willing to learn. I know I don't practice traditional ways. I'm willing to learn about them. Are you Indian because you're darker? He continues. My dad's dark, he looks Indian. Warner reminds me what he told me 3 years earlier, that while he was in the service, his father wouldn't talk much about being native, until 12 or 13 years ago when he moved back to the area. Neil Warner now works for the band, which makes him feel proud to be a Native American. He ran the most recent tribal election. Is he Indian? Do you call him Indian? It strikes me that Warner never talks about his mother. That's because the whole history is on my dad's side. His mother, he says, is Polish, his parents live nearby. But he identifies more with his father's background. My mom said that to me one time, and it made me feel bad. You're doing all this history on your dad's side of the family, but you don't know anything about mine. I said, you know, that's true, I should start looking into that. Warner says he'll probably end up spending his life researching the two very disparate cultures that make up his family background. He doesn't find his mother's history less compelling, he says, but given the career he's chosen, anthropology and archaeology, his father's side ties in more with his primary academic interests. But he does not want to approach these interests in an exclusively academic way. A lot of the tribal elders deal with oral history, and what they've been told. And I've always been very careful, because I've seen a lot of professors that walked up with big brains and said, hey, I know everything about your tribe. Warner's status as an anthropology student makes him even more suspect in the eyes of some of his cousins. You're a college kid, first of all, so you know everything, why do you need me to tell you anything? You're not going to listen to me. I was careful about it, but a lot of people just did not want to talk to me, were upset from the very first, didn't know me. 228. Didn't want to talk to me. I tried everything. Some people I got in arguments with. It was sad for me. I was trying everything to help the tribe and I got these people yelling at me that don't even know me. Warner isn't concerned about the preponderance of white folks who seem to be telling the story on behalf of the Shoshone because he is counting on the Park Service to live up to its agreement to involve Shoshone oral historians. The whole thing was to provide funding to train tribal members to take oral history. Part of his job was to teach band members to take the stories of those who would not talk to Warner himself. I pictured it in my head, all these oral histories from different families. That's what I wanted, because then everybody in the tribe could be happy. Anybody who felt their story wasn't being heard could come down and be recorded or transcribed. He also imagines a cultural center at the site where, at certain times, different tribal elders would come to tell their story to visitors. We did not want this as a white, Madsen type of book, something published. We're willing to incorporate academics and what they've been told they have the expertise. But Warner wants to include a variety of types of expertise in this process. It's always amazing to me. In anthropology, I learn about all these great anthropologists with all these theories and we're supposed to follow these theories. Why? Well, they decided this should be conducted this way and this is why these people do this. So everybody takes a piece of each book and cites information. So to me, you aren't even telling a story, you're just gathering information off other people's books. Where's the truth in it? Did you go talk to people? I have seen some good Indian books that just tell oral stories that have been written. Books are useful, Warner says, but need to be seen as just one part of a wider truth-telling mechanism. I've talked to some members of the Shoshone, Bannock's and they don't like anything in books, don't believe anything. And some members of our tribe say, yeah, get all the books you can, let's get the information about it. We're learning about our history too. But then we take it, pick through it, get what we want out of it, what we feel is true. That's how I took Madsen's book. It wasn't a great source of information I needed. Warner acknowledges that when last we spoke, he felt differently about Madsen's book, but he was just beginning to study the history then. You look at someone like Madsen who's published all these books, and he's written something about you and your family, and I'd heard May's story, and I read Madsen and Warner 229. Thought, hey, it's all here. But then Warner took anthropology classes that taught him something about how perspectives can differ. I don't think Madsen's even talked to anybody else. He never approached anybody besides people that had already been recognized, like May Perry. After I started talking to more tribal elders and learning more that way, instead of just academically, out of a book, one tribal elder told me, you can read all the books you want, but you're not going to learn anything. You think all your knowledge is up here. Warner points to his head, but it's out there. He's pointing out his sliding doors now, at the patio. All your people. That's where your knowledge comes from. It doesn't come from your books. You listen to your people. And that's what I did, but I use both. Still, oral history, Warner says, is the most important part. Even when memory is flawed, Warner says, even when stories conflict, oral histories are still useful, because accuracy, he says, is not his primary concern. If this is something that you have held deeply in your heart, in your family, about what you were told, there's got to be some reason you remember this. He repeats his idea that similarities can be located among the different stories. If anything, people romanticize a story, and that's normal. I don't think you should ever degrade somebody that has been willing to tell you something that's been in their family for generations. Madsen would take May's story and say, well, this is what this person said, and then re-evaluate it. That's degrading. That's when we get into trouble. He's also concerned about academic control of cultural materials. Photographs of band members are stored at Utah State University, we want to at least get copies. Warner agrees that having whites like Madsen, Ali Hansen, and me telling the massacre story is a problem for some Shoshone, but says that, often, having anyone tell the story is a controversial act. Many people in the band, he says, want the story told, because they believe as he does that getting the truth out will benefit the people. But then, he says, some members refuse to speak with researchers. In a lot of ways they're scared of criticism. Afraid maybe they're not intelligent enough, stuff like that. It really does scare them. He recalls an appointment he made for 3 elders to speak before a historical society. Only one showed. They all wanted to do it, and they were all excited about it, and all of a sudden they just didn't show up. The one that showed had a hard time getting in front of these old white people. 230. Who wanted to hear about it? They were fascinated by it, and after she learned that these people really do want to learn, then she opened up and told everything. She cried when she told it. People were really sympathetic. I wish I could get everybody to realize that these people want to learn about it, but they bitch and moan, nothing's being told, just the May Perry side. I say, well, come out and tell them. That's why I'm inviting them to these functions. I ask Warner about the rapes. Does he agree with Perry, or with Madsen? Does he think they happened? He does. I think so. I think there were a lot of things that happened after that massacre that are really sad. That's where I think the anger comes out. A lot of tribal members told that part of the story, not just the killing. Warner first read about the rape in Madsen's book, and then asked elders. Mostly it was women that knew about it, particularly one that knew about it. Maybe there's a reason for that. He spoke with 3 women who say they heard their mothers talk about it. It's unwritten history, not just the rapes or a lot of disgusting things that went on afterwards, from bashing in heads to body parts being cut off. These California volunteers were brutal. You get a group of men that went that far, in that time, and wanted to be somewhere other than where they were, and then someone like Connor, evil people. Warner has read, in Hart's book, the stories of the veterans who suffered all their lives from the memory of that incident. You're ordered to do something, but you have different people with different personalities. Some of them hated Indians, some of them had that belief that they're not human, they're just like animals. So you kill them, you beat them, you have no human emotions for them. And some probably had that in the back of their heads, we're killing these children, these babies, these women. For this reason, Warner says, oral histories from the white settlers, witnesses, should also be included. Where are their stories? Warner asks. I'd like to know that. When I ask if Warner is concerned about the Park Service's exclusion of the rape story, he corrects me irritably. Everybody's thinking that the Park Service is going to tell the story. They're going to bring in their own anthropologists and they're going to say, let's take May's story and put this on a nice big board and have some signs over here and we'll take some people on tours. No. No. That isn't the way, and we had that understanding. And it will be that understanding it. Warner 231. Won't be like that. With Shoshone involvement in the park, Warner feels confident that the hidden stories, such as the rape, will get told. My understanding was that there will be oral histories, and anthropologists to help. I've worked with anthropologists and been traveling, I've learned to take what I want, instead of them always coming in and taking what they want. You see several of these anthropologists or archaeologists who come in and seem really interested and want all this stuff, but there's always a goal, a single goal that they want. And we're left with nothing. We didn't benefit from it. For now, he feels, the band has to use the Park Service as the only means of establishing the site. But the original understanding was that we have the rights here, and we're going to be the one telling the story, not the Park Service. We understand that there's going to be a lot of involvement from the Park Service, of course. But in the end the tribe's going to have the say on what happens, what goes there, what needs to go here. Whether the Shoshone have to share control with, for instance, the Pioneer Days Committee, well, that's a bridge they'll have to cross, but when it arises we're going to have to say no, we're going to be the sole player here. We want to run this place. If it's organized in any other way, we'd probably protest out in front of it, that we're not involved in this. They came to council and they said, we want you guys to tell the stories, we'd love to see you have tribal members working there, have oral histories told on a regular basis, having functions, having ceremonies. That's what we'd like to see. But sole player? Warner softens his position. I think there's got to be a federal government overseeing it. But you've got to have a tribal member in there at all times, an elder. Warner mentions another massacre site run by the Park Service but staffed by natives who guide tours of the site. I feel that the public would rather see a member of the tribe answering questions and taking them out and showing them what happened, rather than a Park Service person. That bridge yet to be crossed may be a good distance away. Warner joins Perry and Hansen in reporting that he hasn't heard a thing about the status of the proposal for almost 2 years. Via the internet, he keeps an eye on the agenda of the relevant congressional subcommittee, but the matter has not been scheduled so far. Now we're in a situation, he says, where we really need someone up there in D.C. pushing this thing forward, talking to representatives. Senator Larry Craig, he says, has a reputation for supporting farmers' rights. So it should be interesting. 232. Craig's stall is unfortunate, given the need to recapture history. There was a time, Warner says, when the Northwestern Band was the envy of other tribes. People would come down from Fort Hall, he says, and see the farms around Washakie, and how the church was helping people out, how everyone had homes and work. A lot of tribes looked up to us. And what did we get? In the end, nothing. As he talks, Warner points out that his concern about providing some land, which can be a way of life and well-being, a place where you can do whatever you want on it, build a home, pass it on to your children, a way of saying you're here. This sentiment, he realizes, is probably the way the farmers feel, the ones in Preston who would be dislocated by the proposed historic site in Preston. I just want us to be recognized, Warner says, by European Americans and Native Americans. He speaks of going to Native American conferences, wearing a name tag marked with his enrollment as a Northwestern Shoshone. Other natives see this and ask if he's from Alaska. They say, "Oh yeah, Shoshone, Bannock." I always ask, "Have you heard of the Bear River Massacre?" No, of course. I do that just to see. Getting that story out, he feels, is the only way, particularly without land on which to build a presence to draw attention to their survival. If this comes out, you'll see members of our tribe uniting, some who don't even know about it, that have maybe heard bits and pieces about it. Warner has cousins, he says, with maybe a 16th or an 8th Indian in them, who don't even know. They have a right to that history. It's been hidden, suppressed. If you grow up in the white world, like I have, you don't hear about it, so why should you be interested in it? Unless you're told, like I was. Then it becomes your problem, your history, and you want to know, and you have a right to know. If the Park Service builds alternative 4, they'll know. That's what our tribe needs. We have nothing to look forward to. You go to every council meeting and see the same people there. You see somebody you've never seen before, and you find out who he is, or who she is, and they've finally decided to come, and there's no reason for them to come. They don't want to listen to fighting and bickering. If there were some major event, it would bring people back together, more and more people that could help in a lot of ways. I'd like to see everybody unite, and hopefully something good will come out of it. Warner 233. This page intentionally left blank. 9. Politics. Craig. So, after years of a highly unusual acceleration through procedures, the proposal to establish a National Historic Site on the Bear River Massacre field has crawled to a stop, stalled since February 1996 in the office of Senator Larry Craig. As of July 1998, Senator Craig's office seems to be sending mixed signals, with the landowners feeling, as Kathy Griffin noted, that the proposal has been put on a back burner and unlikely to succeed in our lifetimes, while Ali Hansen's Monument Committee has the impression that things are moving slowly, but still moving. Who can propose the legislation to establish a National Historic Site on the field of the Bear River Massacre? Holly Boondock, of the National Park Service, reports that any member of Congress may do so. However, she continues, whether such legislation gets heard before the House committee if it's not sponsored by the representative of the district is another question. Precedent has it that there is a will of the House authorizing committee, she says, to not address any legislation on land management that the local congressperson does not support. In effect, then, the legislation must be sponsored by Idaho's congressional delegation. A conversation on June 29, 1998, with Greg Rice, Senator Craig's Pocatello Area Regional Director, revealed that although the senator has had, since early 1996, the Franklin County Commissioner's recommendation to commence the process of declaring the area a historic 235 site, legislation is still not being written. Craig toured the site, as both Griffin and Hansen report, in January 1998. Now, Rice adds, the senator is planning a hearing for public input, late this summer or early this fall. Following the hearing, we would put something together. Asked why the senator feels the need to repeat the National Park Service's hearings, Rice says, we need to gather our own information and base the legislation on that. Craig. As we go to press, Local community members report that no hearings have been held by Senator Craig. Will Hart, spokesman for Senator Craig, confirms in November 2002 that no hearings are in the immediate offing. It's in the hands of the stakeholders, Hart says, who can't agree on what the designation should be. There has to be an agreement on the ground before we can proceed with legislation. Senator Craig believes in the collaborative process, he adds, but also believes Congress should not mandate legislation in the face of no agreement. These stakeholders, among whom the senator would have to find consensus, include the National Park Service, the local community, the local church, the local group which originally requested that a historic site be established, and the state. Asked if the senator would have to have 100% agreement from all parties, Hart replies, "We would seek the best compromise. This means we need people sitting down and working things out. That progress has been stilted. The agenda for the 108th Congress has not yet been established," he says, "but we will look at it again. We would look to see if we can facilitate the sides coming together for an agreement." Crapo. Senator Mike Crapo could also introduce the legislation, but he too seems unlikely to do so. Communications Director Susan Wheeler released the statement from Senator Crapo's office on November 18, 2002, regarding the Bear River Massacre and Senator Crapo's plans. "At this point we don't have any. There was no agreement." 236. From county, state, federal, or tribal folks on what to do, so no decision was ever made. As long as local disagreement exists as to how best to proceed with the area, Senator Crapo believes that Congress should not mandate to local communities how to commemorate the site. Smith. Is there vast disagreement among the stakeholders that are on the ground? In July 1998, Franklin County Commissioner Brad Smith reports that he is very supportive of some plan that would fall, he says, about halfway between alternatives 3 and 4. Regarding Senator Craig's apparent caution, he says that he can't think that this issue would do anything but be a strong boost to Craig politically, and doesn't think supporting the project would entail much of a political risk. Smith concedes that the issue does ignite controversy among some Idaho citizens, but says his constituency is not as divided as outsiders, and Senator Craig, might expect. A few landowners have concerns, he says. Some are emotional, some are realistic. But most express a willingness to participate. They just want to be assured that this thing will happen the way we say it will. That's natural. Dollars could be an issue in Craig's reluctance to proceed, he says. We're not asking for new dollars, and the Park Service is supportive of the prospect of reallocating their internal funds to the development of a Bear River site. Still, it's difficult to think they're going to come up with the full amount of several millions to achieve alternative 3 or 4. Smith acknowledges that dollars were an issue in his county's support for the project. I'd be a fool to say it wasn't, he says. If the National Park Service spends the proposed $11 million or $14 million to build the site, that will be a strong boost to our local economy, and continuing activities there will continue to provide a boost. He recalls the preparation for the 2002 Olympics in Salt Lake City. The hope is that tourism will receive a shot in the arm all up and down the Wasatch Front. Here, he says, tourism is a non-consumptive resource, and notes that the Bear River Massacre is only one of many historical events that occurred in his county, all of which, taken together, might someday be attractive to tourists. Politics 237. Smith remains hopeful that Craig will support the measure. This is our chance to bring several cultures together, Smith says, an opportunity to bring diverse peoples together and to see how far we have come in our interracial relationships. The project would bring recognition to Craig's home state. The massacre resulted in the largest number of lives lost in a Native American-related event. That was a major event, and this is an opportunity, a chance to do our part to preserve history and represent this tragedy. Bear River, he says, has been swept under the rug. The National Park Service proposal serves as a sign of the fact that we can learn. We as Americans can learn from it. We have learned. This piece of history, once regained, he says, is not something we can now retreat from. We can only go forward. Davis. Conspicuously absent from Will Hart's list of stakeholders is the Shoshone Band, most greatly impacted by this story. In a November 2002 conversation, Gwen Davis, now the elected head of the Tribal Council of the Northwestern Band of Shoshone, says the proposal to memorialize the Bear River Massacre field has been a long time coming. Recognition needs to be made. We have been patient and hopeful. Davis understands that some landowners have resisted the National Park Service's proposal. People are afraid we are rushing in to take things over, she says, but that's not how we do business. As to which National Park Service alternative the tribe supports, Davis is reluctant to speak for the tribe as a whole. We hope it's done in such a way as to represent our needs, which needs are being defined by Patty Timbimba Madsen. Madsen is the current Tribal Resources Manager, the position once held by Curtis Warner. Davis defers to Madsen, saying the tribe would support her views. Madsen's primary concern is the protection of the land on which remains lie. Her preference is for alternative 4, as long as no building occurs directly on the massacre field, and as long as the field itself is returned to the control of the Shoshone. Madsen also says the tribe has been approached by Preston residents supportive of some sort of monument at the massacre field. A. 238. Member of the Preston Chamber of Commerce asked if the tribe could do something themselves, without the National Park Service. When 2 parcels of land recently came up for sale, the landowners invited the tribe to make offers, and the band considered purchasing them. But one 19-acre parcel had an asking price of $49,000. We don't have that kind of money, and it's not our intention to make money off the site, so there's no way to make that sort of money in the future. Hence the National Park Service's proposal is the only likely means of protecting the site. When asked if she would support the proposal if the land were controlled by the federal government, rather than the tribe, she replies that the Park Service has been more understanding of our feelings with regard to this site. We could work with them. This is a place of history, she says, but for the tribe it is also a place of hurt. Politics. As of this writing, then, most parties actually have reached agreement about the National Park Service's proposal to establish a National Historic Site. Local government, the Shoshone Tribal Council, and Ali Hansen's original group all agree that some version of the National Park Service's Alternative 4 would be best for the site itself and for the surrounding constituencies. After several years of asking, I am aware of no objections lodged by either the LDS Church or the state of Idaho. I can also report unofficially that the majority of the affected landowners in the area would agree to a willing seller acquisition of the land. So we must conclude that this legislation is being blocked by Senator Craig and Senator Crapo's fear of a small but vocal minority of affected landowners. As a resident of Colorado, I can attest that a similarly small group of landowners loudly protested the establishment of a National Historic Site on the field of the Sand Creek Massacre. That legislation, however, was sponsored and passed in 2000. As Patty Madsen put it, you have different representation down in Colorado. Yes, we do. Senator Ben Nighthorse Gamble is the first Native American ever elected to the Senate. Part 3. Conclusions without ends. A book. Apparently there is a book. I want to make the book of looking for this book, the book of everything that has happened, of everything that will happen. Bana Kupil writer, The Vertical Interrogation of Strangers. The prejudice against color, of which we hear so much, is no stronger than that against sex. It is produced by the same cause, and manifested very much in the same way. The Negro's skin and the woman's sex are both prima facie evidence that they were intended to be in subjection to the white Saxon man. Elizabeth Cady Stanton, Speech to the New York Legislature, February 18, 1860. They say a woman puts the whole of her letter in the postscript. Helen Hunt Jackson, Letter to Henry Teller, May 16, 1883. 10. 10 digressions on what's wrong. A postscript. Digression the first. Beginnings, middles, ends. The narrative impulse to end a historic tale has the effect of ending any responsibility concerning that event. This work is more about process than about ends. For instance, a writer writes for the same reason a reader reads: to learn. To change. To change her mind. It's 2003 now. In 1999, Joe and I moved to Boulder County, Colorado, where he's taken a tenure-track job teaching poetry at the university. I'm teaching adjunct, freshman courses in women's literature and ethnic American literatures. It's been 8 years since my pickup dropped down that precipice, and the dancing spirits screamed along my spine. I did learn something life-altering, in the 8 years it's taken me to write this book. At first, I struggled with the question of who has the right to the stories. The Shoshone have rarely been grateful to Brigham Madsen and Allie Hansen for telling their story. I don't expect gratitude myself, and, in the early going, often wondered whether I should be writing this book. Jane Tompkins, in her influential 1986 essay Indians, Textualism, Morality, and the Problem of History, wrote of her research that 243. While I started out to learn about Indians, I ended up preoccupied with a problem of my own. This comment haunted me for a long time. Yes, I thought I'm thinking about my problems, not their problems. That's bad, right? I walked around feeling guilty. And you know how leftists love to feel guilty. After all, I wanted to help, right? Then I learned something. While engaged in the struggle of whose story is it? I learned why this white, middle-class, feminist woman has maintained an interest in Native American studies since her teens. I have maintained that involvement because the white woman who speaks against the subordination of people of color is rewarded, in some circles at least, with a fair amount of social acceptance. At the same time, the white woman who speaks against the subordination of women is disdained in almost all circles. Try it, you white, middle-class, feminist women out there. Go to a party attended by all your left-leaning friends. Sit at the lovely table with a glass of red wine in your hand. Wave your glass about and talk about the terrible things this country has done to Native Americans. See what sort of response you get. Next time, wave your glass about and talk about the terrible things that happen to women of all colors, in every country. See what sort of response you get. I figure women of color aren't free to raise questions of either race or gender. Who's pursuing class issues? White men, usually. Sexuality? White men and women, often of the upper classes. The occasional exception proves the rule. Go ahead. Experiment. It's 2003 now, more water under the bridge. The Salt Lake City Olympics were a success, but in late 1998 there emerged a foul-up regarding how city leaders affected that triumph. The mainstream media rarely mention that most of the overzealous Olympic Committee members were also esteemed LDS Church members. As I listened to the public radio reports, it's all sounding a bit familiar to me. The church a little too gung-ho at first, a little too willing to outdo all competitors on their own terms. They don't do anything that hasn't been done by other cities, but they do it to some nth degree, and then are dutifully penitent when caught. Eventually. 244. In 2000, one lovely Saturday just after we relocate west, Colorado Public Radio announces a story on the horrific slaughter of 300 Shoshone in southern Idaho. After the news. To my knowledge, National Public Radio's story is the first national broadcast about this atrocity. It's January 29, 2000. The 137th anniversary of the massacre. I'm thinking, great, this is finally going to break now. People are finally going to pay attention. After all, media junkies will tell you that NPR often serves as a feeder mechanism for mainstream broadcast journalism, telling CBS's producers what's worth covering. Joe and I hang next to the radio, listening greedily. The voices of old friends fill the room. The story contains not one mention of the rape that followed the massacre. Afterward, magazine editors continue to reject my queries regarding articles on the subject. Then, 2001. One typically sunny Tuesday in late summer Colorado, public radio reports that a commercial jetliner has hit the World Trade Center. We all stop listening to the radio, stare endlessly at horrible video footage. In the months that follow, there is much talk about what to do with the site now that it has become the final resting place for the remains of more than 1,000 people. Some say that whatever structure replaces Ground Zero must at the very least be reverent. Some relatives of those lost call the area sacred, and demand that a monument to their memory be built, rather than another monument to commercialism. It doesn't seem likely they'll get what they want, since the port authorities of New York and New Jersey have only so much control over the developer who owns the lease for several more decades. But some of my atheist friends go public with their aversion to the word sacred. Indeed, 9/11 has been an absorbing event for atheists. When a holy war is declared anywhere, we tend to get a bit self-righteous. In particular, President George W. Bush's earliest public response to the event, which included a recitation of Psalm 23, drew big groans from my crowd. If fundamentalist Islamists have declared jihad on you, it doesn't make much sense to shout back Bible verses. 245. So I understand that atheists are a bit cranky at the moment. But I'm willing to secularize my definition of sacred to mean cherished, if I can get everyone to understand that the Bear River Massacre field is just as cherishable as Ground Zero. And oh yeah, if we'll all promise to remember the rape too. And thus must the reader beware. In writing this book, you see, I have chosen to privilege written, white, academic history over oral, native history. I have chosen to dispute Maytimbimba Perry's assertion that the rape that followed the Bear River Massacre couldn't have happened. Once again, a European-American intellectual dismisses the word of a Shoshone-American leader. And we are both women. Separated by color, history, education, religion, age, health, and perhaps class. Two women, miles apart. You understand why I'm in an awkward position. Any good leftist worth her salt would balk at my assertion that Perry is wrong, and I am right. Perry and Ali Hansen agree that the rape that followed the Bear River Massacre couldn't have happened, because they just can't imagine it. But according to Susan Brown Miller, who wrote the book, so to speak, on Rape 1975's Against Our Will, Men, Women, and Rape, Brigham Madsen has it pretty much right when he says that rape among men in the military is just part of the scene. And Kathy Griffin has it right when she avers that rape is about control, about the victors forcing themselves in every conceivable way. Brown Miller writes, war provides men with the perfect psychologic backdrop to give vent to their contempt for women. The very maleness of the military, the brute power of weaponry exclusive to their hands, the spiritual bonding of men at arms, the manly discipline of orders given and orders obeyed, the simple logic of the hierarchical command confirms for men what they long suspect, that women are peripheral, irrelevant to the world that counts, passive spectators to the action in the center ring. Men who rape in war are ordinary Joes, made unordinary by entry into the most exclusive male-only club in the world. Victory in arms brings group power undreamed of in civilian life. Power 4. 246. Men alone. The unreal situation of a world without women becomes the prime reality. To take a life looms more important than to make a life, and the gun in the hand is power. The sickness of warfare feeds on itself. A certain number of soldiers must prove their newly won superiority, prove it to a woman, to themselves, to other men. In the name of victory and the power of the gun, war provides men with a tacit license to rape. In the act and in the excuse, rape in war reveals the male psyche in its boldest form, without the veneer of chivalry or civilization. It is important also to realize that rape is not just license, it is also a highly effective military tool. Brown Miller continues, when a victorious army rapes, the sheer intoxication of the triumph is only part of the act. After the fact, the rape may be viewed as part of a recognizable pattern of national terror and subjugation. Rape in warfare has a military effect as well as an impulse. And the effect is indubitably one of intimidation and demoralization for the victim's side. Specifically, the civilian population is intimidated. Recall, most of the survivors of the Bear River Massacre were women and children. Connor's men took the band's horses. On foot, the women, Sagwitch, and other survivors were able to move only a short distance away from the field in the hours immediately following the horrors of January 29, 1863. When they gathered, the Shoshone had to make a decision about how, and where, to proceed. Had these women chosen to return to the Cache Valley with their children, they very likely might have been rejoined by Sagwitch and his remaining warriors. This larger group might have been joined by Pocatello's more militarily aggressive band of agitators, and the Mormons and Union-affiliated troops might have had to fight for the Cache Valley all over again. Mormon witnesses report that Shoshone women refused to take refuge in town for fear of encountering Connor's men. Indeed, the rape that followed the massacre was a necessary guarantor that this most valuable Cache Valley real estate had been thoroughly cleared of those who disputed European American claim to the property. It is also worth noting that the National Park Service's decision, in 1995, not to include the story of the rape in the historic site materials occurred in the same historical moment as the decision, by the Bosnia War Crimes Tribunal, to prosecute rape for the first time as an international war crime. Prosecutors have documented the use in Yugoslavia of rape as a tool most effective for, among other goals, herding civilian populations from place to place, freeing territory. 247. Jane Tompkins has written that when a historian looks back, that which is invisible in her own time is also invisible in that look back. Rape as a military tool is only beginning to come into our cultural focus. For instance, here is something you have probably forgotten. In the midst of our recent efforts to build a monument to the Great Generation, from 1942 to 1947, 971 American soldiers were convicted, by U.S. Army courts-martial, of rape. Our public discussions of rape often address the faux question of why so many women are reluctant to admit to having been raped, so the perpetrators might be prosecuted. But since rape is still viewed as a shameful sexual act, rather than as a militaristic tool of manipulation, we might much better ask this: when we do know a rape occurred, why do we know it? An aggressor nation rarely admits to rape, Brown-Miller writes. Typically, mass rape is not reported unless the reporting benefits the teller in some way, for instance, as propaganda designed to incite a unified, nationalistic anger toward opponents, or, as evidence, to remove a man from power. In Vietnam, the U.S. military floated rumors of rape as part of their psychological warfare campaign. Often, women have been pressured to tell stories they would prefer not to make public, stories they perceive as shameful, so that those stories could be used against a person or a group in power. The real beneficiaries of the telling of those truths are not the rape victims, but the men struggling for power. When no such political reasons exist for the telling, women's tales of rape are often silenced, ignored. What political purpose, then, motivated the telling of the rape of the Shoshone? I would speculate that the motivation for documenting the rape at Bear River finds its source in tensions regarding sexual behavior. If Connor was going to blast Mormons for polygyny, then Mormons were going to take note of the rape committed by Connor's soldiers. The memory of Hans Mill was only 2 decades old. The Mormons of 1863 Utah knew better than most the military effectiveness of such brutality. 248. And if accusing Connor's troops might, by some chance, get Connor off their backs in Salt Lake, well, all the better, then. The rape of Native American women by European American invaders is poorly documented. According to Brown-Miller, narratives similar to those recited by abolitionists, to document the rape of African slaves, were not taken down on behalf of natives. Not much more is known about the rape of white women by natives. White men spoke frequently about the rape of white women, often to excuse their own violent retaliations, but white women were silent on the matter. Narratives of abducted white women were edited for chastity. It is unclear, when a captive says she lived as Indian wife, whether we should understand that as sexual coercion. Brown-Miller suggests we consider each narrative separately, according to the length of captivity. Most historians concede that in actuality, and excluding captivity situations, natives raped white women far less frequently than whites raped native women. This is not to say that rape did not occur in some indigenous cultures. Margaret Mead's research on Plains cultures uncovered remembered histories of rape, perpetrated by young men who regarded rape as a great adventure, upon bad women, defined as divorced women lacking male protection, or argumentative women. We do know that perceived threats against white women were used to incite violence against natives, and perceived threats against native women were used to incite violence against whites. For instance, the scalps of white women were used to taunt Major M.C. Gary into a rage, prompting the blunder that killed 14 of the soldiers who died that day. And recall how, after the Dakota War, the innocent Chaska was accidentally killed in the mass hangings, an accident likely caused by local rage at his friendship with a white woman, Sarah Wakefield. So, we do know that white women were used against natives, and native women were used against whites. How would it be possible to use women of one race against another, if we did not first define women as property, and define female sexuality as a thing to be controlled, a thing of shame? As an occasional helper, I have often wondered whether my help is a thing that gets used this way, as Wakefield's help was used. Of course it is the concept of help that most requires revision. 249. We whites often pretend that when we help people of color, this has nothing to do with us. I understand why Ali Hansen said, "We did this primarily for them." But still. As if we did not do this in the first place. When the dominating attack the dominated, whose history is the history of domination. Women's history, another cultural phenomenon, is not about women. It's about the male-generated system that persists in dominating women. Is this not, therefore, men's history? You may find this book, the one you now hold, on the bookstore shelf marked Native American History. But in truth it is the story of what European America did to Native America. Is it not, then, our history? Not theirs? Do we not need then instead to help ourselves operate more responsibly in this world? Indigenist activist and intellectual Ward Churchill has contributed perhaps the most eloquent, and concise, explanation for why it is necessary that we remember our Bear River Massacre. And the rape that followed it. My lie, he writes, that hideous symbol of the American effort in Southeast Asia, can only be understood through comprehension that it had happened before at Sand Creek. The reason of my lie rests solidly in the forgetting of Sand Creek. Like many who have dedicated their lives to native rights and native history, Churchill is apparently unaware of the Bear River Massacre, or he would have pointed out that Sand Creek happened because Bear River was itself immediately forgotten. Not that this is his fault. James Welch, in his book Killing Custer, also locates the root of this evil in Sand Creek. Many of us, despite the best of recuperative intentions, do not know about the Bear River Massacre. Sexual assault and mutilation were a part of my lie. And Sand Creek. And Bear River. Thus we might conclude that when we forget rape, that forgetting will be the seed if it's happening again. The crossroads of racism and sexism, Brown-Miller concludes, had to be a violent meeting place. There is no use pretending it doesn't exist. 250. Again, the intersection of sexism and racism was bound to be a violent place. In what way does my difference with May Perry constitute such an intersection? As a white woman helper, shouldn't I simply defer to her? Digression 2. 1 October 1998 day, back from the summer's research in Pocatello, I'm in the library, looking up a name I've seen referenced occasionally in works such as Peter Matheson's In the Spirit of Crazy Horse, but have never seen discussed at any length. Grabbing one moldy, crumbly tome at random, I consult the introduction and discover immediately that this white woman writer was extremely well known in her day, and vastly influential in the field of what was known as Indian reform. I load up my book bag and check out the entire shelf. Ali Hansen is simply the latest in a long tradition of white women who have concerned themselves with their race's, the dominating race's treatment of other peoples. And I'm just another in a long line of women writers. The book, considered by many to be the first novel written in English, Oruniko, or The Royal Slave, A True History, was published in 1688 by the Englishwoman Aphra Behn, spy, playwright, bawdy poetess, and the first recognized professional woman writer in English. Her novel describes the cruel murder of an aristocratic, European-featured African in the West Indies. Although this work ostensibly concerns class more than it does race or gender, it seems clear that, right out of the gate, white women writers of English used the novel to explore social power dynamics, particularly in a romantic context. In the 18th century, the U.S. founding fathers begot, among other things, a mulish inability to address the evil of slavery. In the 19th century, abolition was, to no small degree, of white woman born, finding tenacious support in grassroots organizations of upper-class women. Ultimately, our first organized feminist movement was born of the abolition movement, when this latter refused to apply equal. 251. Fervor to suffrage for black men and for all women. 19th century feminists were effectively divided and conquered by the question of which oppression was primary, that based on race, or that based on gender. Elizabeth Cady Stanton believed that all means of oppression must be fought together, or none would be truly conquered. Her face does not adorn a dollar coin. That of her partner in activism, the more compromising Susan B. Anthony, once did. Harriet Beecher Stowe was 39 when she began to write Uncle Tom's Cabin, or, Life Among the Lowly, inspired by her outrage at the Compromise of 1850, and the inability of her male leaders to end slavery. Her initial vision for the novel was the image of Uncle Tom's death, his fervent prayer for his torturers while being flogged. Intending a short novel, Stowe wrote on and on in serial form, her editor growing anxious about the length, and writing, she said, intoxicated by the influence of God. Like Behn, Stowe takes a romantic view of the murder, a martyrdom of the leader of a people less educated than her readers would be, and chewed up the scenery a bit to extract that audience's sympathy, even as she determined to present a realistic picture of the horrors of slavery. Stowe was not a declared feminist, but, despite complaints about the literary worthiness of her novel, literary critics note that, among American woman writers, only Stowe has so thoroughly fueled a national cause. President Lincoln greeted her in 1863, the year of the Bear River Massacre, as the little lady who made this big war. Interestingly, in her novel, white male characters are frequently morally inferior to white women, who are the instigators of much of the pro-black action of the plot. In this book, male and female slaves, and white women, are the only people who care about justice. Thanks to recuperative work by Valerie Scherer Mathes and the University of Oklahoma Press, a trip to the library reveals that another little lady wrote to fuel a cause. But her cause never caught on quite so strongly. Please pardon a long story. Helen Maria Hunt Jackson was born October 14, 1830, in Amherst, Massachusetts, the daughter of Nathan Welby Fisk, a professor of moral philosophy and metaphysics, and his wife. 252. Deborah Vinell. Both died by the time Jackson was 17, the professor died while on a trip to the Holy Land. She married Edward Bissell Hunt, a West Point engineer, who drowned in 1863 in the submarine he had designed for the Union. Jackson's first son had died shortly after birth, her second died in 1865. In need of money, but unencumbered by domestic obligations, she determined to become a writer. She published poetry, fiction, and articles in such journals as Atlantic Monthly, Nation, Christian Union, and Scribner's, becoming well esteemed in literary society. Ralph Waldo Emerson dubbed her the greatest American woman poet, and carried one of her poems in his notebook. She enjoyed some commercial success with romantic novels, but her later marriage to William Sharpless Jackson, a wealthy Colorado Springs banker, permitted her to write without concern for marketability. To most of today's literary scholars, Jackson is known primarily as a close friend of Emily Dickinson's. Jackson was the only renowned poet of the age to recognize the quality of Dickinson's work. The two attended the same school but did not become friends until Jackson's reputation was established. They met only a few times, but corresponded often, and Jackson's encouragement was much cherished by Dickinson, whose letters reveal a crushing disappointment at Jackson's premature death in 1885. Jackson often left Colorado for long visits to Boston and New York, and in 1879 she attended an unusual gathering. The Ponca Indians of South Dakota, through a bureaucratic error, had seen their 96,000-acre reservation subsumed in 1868 by the Lakota Reservation, resulting in attacks on the Poncas by the Lakota. In 1876 Congress decided to relocate the Poncas, purportedly for their safety, though Ponca leader Standing Bear protested the move. 160 Poncas died of malaria or other diseases as a result of this removal. In late 1877, President Rutherford B. Hayes denied Standing Bear's request, return them to their reservation, or relocate them again to the Nebraska reservation held by their relatives, the Omaha. On January 2, 1879, Standing Bear lifted the body of his own dead son and began a defiant 10-week march to the Omaha reservation to bury his child. He and a small band of followers were given land by Omaha leader Joseph La Fleisher. General George Crook, 253, ordered the arrest of Standing Bear and his followers, but was critical of the federal policy requiring their return. He conferred with Omaha Herald assistant editor Thomas Henry Tibbles, who persuaded attorneys John L. Webster and Andrew Jackson Poplaton to draw up a writ of habeas corpus preventing the Poncas' return. Standing Bear v. Crook, a formative civil rights case decided by Nebraska District Court Judge Elmer S. Dundee, declared natives to be legal persons with the right to sue for a writ of habeas corpus. The Standing Bear decision meant that, in peacetime, natives could no longer be detained or removed without their consent. Thus freed, the Poncas agreed to accompany Tibbles on a tour of eastern cities to raise money and support to sue for the restoration of lost lands and the legal status of Native Americans. Through interpreter Sisette La Flecha, Joseph's daughter, Standing Bear related his story at a reception attended by Massachusetts Governor Thomas Talbot, Massachusetts Senator Henry L. Dawes, Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, Oliver Wendell Holmes and Helen Hunt Jackson. Standing Bear's tour marks the start of an early pro-Indian fervor experienced by elite, white America, detailed by Maithes in Helen Hunt Jackson and her Indian Reform Legacy. That year, 1879, saw the founding of the Boston Indian Citizenship Committee and the Women's National Indian Association. Some former abolitionists embraced the new cause of Native Americans, but unsurprisingly, given the profit to be taken from native lands out west, most did not. Jackson became, she said, what I have said 1,000 times was the most odious thing in life, a woman with a hobby. Her conversion is particularly unusual since she had not been given to hobbies during earlier political movements, and was known neither as abolitionist nor suffragist. In fact, Jackson had been critical of early feminist rhetoric, and had also largely ignored a debate raging near her own Colorado home, where citizens were attempting to remove the White River Ute so their reservation could be mined. Why natives at the age of 49, and why the Poncas? It may be that financial independence made such a controversial commitment possible. It may also be that Standing Bear's personal tale contained the rhetoric of emotion, more appealing to her than the impersonal rhetoric of political debate. Jackson would activate equally effectively using both discourses, but like Ben and Stowe before her, may 254 ultimately have found the former most compelling. Indeed, it was certainly more acceptable for a woman. Ultimately, the discourse of emotion would be her greatest legacy as a writer. As a woman whose writing was published only when suffered by male editors and publishers, Jackson was limited at first to an intense flurry of letters to the editor, particularly to the New York Tribune, and to begging editors to write editorials themselves. Via letters, Jackson staged a public dispute with Secretary of the Interior Carl Schurz over his policies regarding the Poncas, and later the White River Ute. The debate, reprinted in several newspapers in early 1880, sparked a national discussion. She quarreled in another series of letters with William N. Byers, founder of the Rocky Mountain News and regional apologist for Colonel John Chivington's Sand Creek Massacre. Jackson quoted directly, and devastatingly, from transcripts of the investigations of that massacre and mutilation. Jackson's letters, collected by Maves, are a piercing study of the rhetoric of public persuasion, particularly of the author's favorite and most effective device, the rhetorical question. Jackson's personal letters provide clues to the public's reception of a female activist in 1879. Jackson was quickly labeled a sentimentalist by no less a critic than her own abolitionist husband, who chastised her for berating Secretary Schurz, and insisted she keep cool. Stung, Jackson penned a pained answer to her dear Will. "A woman does not need to be a statesman," she wrote, "to know that it is base to break promises to oppress the helpless." The sentimentalist label must have tortured her, not least because she was herself attracted to the cause by standing Bear's use of that very rhetoric. She had earlier told Will, "I can hardly tell you the praise I am getting for the manly method in which I have stated things, the quiet tone, the repression." Senator Dawes also scolded her. She answered, "I quite agree with you that even the shadow of suspicion of what is technically known as lobbying should not rest on a woman. But would it not be possible for me, in a quiet and unnoticeable way, to make opportunities of reading a few statistics, a few facts, to men whom it is worthwhile to convert?" Jackson's letters reveal the complexity of her personal racial constructions, and those of her time. "The thing I can't understand," she 255 wrote to abolitionist Moncuri Daniel Conway, "is that all you who so loved the Negro, and worked for him, should not have been ever since, just as hard at work for the Indian, who is on the whole much more cruelly oppressed. He is far worse off than the average slave ever was, and is a higher, nobler creature." This attitude, not uncommon among elite activists in the post-bellum era, confirms June Namias's observation that, since natives possessed land the Europeans wanted, natives were a full-fledged conflict partner and other crucial to U.S. development. Consequently, some whites expressed a preference for the cause of noble natives. Like Stowe, Jackson felt herself mystically drawn to the native cause, led, impelled, in the hands of powers and events I could neither resist nor understand. In 1880 this possession led her to spend 7 feverish months researching and writing A Century of Dishonor, a history of treaties broken with the Delaware, Cheyenne, Nez Perce, Sioux, Ponca, Winnebago, and Cherokee. A later chapter also details massacres by whites. The University of Oklahoma edition restores the entire appendix, including Jackson's correspondences with Schurz and Byers, and Jackson's report to Congress on the status of Mission Indians. A Century of Dishonor was published in 1881, but did not sell well. At her own expense, Jackson sent a copy to each member of Congress. The book garnered several reviews, good and bad, provoking a public discussion which, she said, may have done more for the cause than had the book. Although the work was often maligned by historians, and by politicians such as Theodore Roosevelt, historian Allen Nevins would grudgingly concede in 1941 that Jackson's research had never been refuted. Jackson first visited California to write about the Mission Indians for Century magazine. There she found a situation more politically and racially complicated. Mission Indians were so named because Spain had gathered them on lands held by Franciscan priests, where they became religious neophytes, learning farming while providing labor for the missions. In 1833 Mexico secularized the Spanish missions, leaving many natives dependent on the elite ranchers who took over the lands but who later, with California statehood, were themselves at pains to 256. Prove ownership of their property to a U.S. government that strove to take land from Mexicans. In 1851 Congress rejected several treaties made with Mission Indians who gave up lands in exchange for reservations. White land theft via survey errors, purchase, litigation, and murder was common. By the 1870s, California native populations had fallen to about 20% of their 1840s level. Her first visit to the Mission Indians ignited another flurry of letters to government officials, leading to Jackson's appointment as a special agent to investigate their plight. Because she finally had official sanction, her letters to federal officials would now result in action. At government expense, she returned to California in early 1883, to cover extra personal expenses she contracted to write several articles for the New York Independent. Still, she suffered from a sense of powerlessness. "Don't," she wrote to reservation teacher Mary Sheriff, "if you can help it, let any of them think I can help them. It breaks my heart. Do try to make them understand that all I can do, is to tell about them." She and partner Abbott Kinney, a young reformer, managed more than that at times, helping to save some lands, and helping Indian agent S.S. Lawson to resign. This latter because, once again, Jackson embroiled herself in a brawl of letters, complaining over Lawson's head perhaps unfairly, Maith says about the agent's failure to respond to the natives' plight. Jackson and Lawson quarreled over a Temecula day school teacher named Arthur Golsh, who had impregnated a native girl. He was also, Jackson believed, involved in a theft of Indian land. Lawson consulted with Golsh, who complained that he was having a terrible time fending off the advances of young native girls, and that he was innocent of land theft. Lawson fired Golsh, but protested to Hiram Price, Commissioner of Indian Affairs, that Jackson had assumed the prerogative of the agent, and that he hoped never again to work with another female commissioner. Local papers referred to her as a busybody. Jackson's report was filed in July. Her recommendations included the removal of white trespassers, the patenting of reservations for 25 years, to be allotted individually at government discretion, the repurchase of some lands, the hiring of a law firm to restore other lands, annual inspections of villages, a fund for the aged and sick, and more schools. Commissioner Price wrote a bill based on these recommendations and distributed her report to Congress, in 257. July 1884. The bill, supported by reformers, passed the Senate but failed in the House. Late in 1883, with her official duties completed to disappointing results, Jackson turned her attention to a novel about the Mission Indians. Having failed to influence the public using the manly rhetoric of debate, she hoped that the more romantic novel form would win the personal sympathy she herself had felt on hearing Standing Bear. "If I can do 100th part for the Indians that Mrs. Stowe did for the Negro," she wrote, "I will be thankful. The success of it, if it succeeds, will be that I do not even suggest any Indian history till the interest is so aroused in the heroine and hero that people will not lay the book down." Ramona was written, again feverishly, in 3 months. As a work of imagination, Ramona is more compelling than Uncle Tom's Cabin. Jackson's understanding of racial and class constructs is more complicated and less stereotyped than Stowe's, though these subtleties were lost on most readers of the day. The beautiful, blue-eyed Ramona is half Scots, Irish and half Mission Indian, but passes for aristocratic Spanish in her adoptive home. Her guardian, Señora Moreno, easily keeps Ramona's native heritage a secret. Alessandro, Ramona's lover, is royalty, the son of a Temecula leader who is fighting to keep his people's lands. The Moreno Ranch employs working-class Mexicans who look down on Alessandro's migrant band, hired temporarily to do the shearing, but we're also told that the skin of Ramona's aristocratic brother is the same color as Alessandro's native skin. And Señora Moreno is herself losing lands to the avaricious whites flooding California, though not by the more brutal methods employed against Alessandro's kin. Thus the lovers aren't doomed by perceived racial difference, but by class and by native history. Aside from a lower economic class white woman outraged by the atrocities against Alessandro's people, the only whites in the novel are offstage thieves, horrible, lower class invaders and Alessandro's murderers. Yes, Like Ben and Stowe, Jackson martyrs her hero to spark maximum sympathy. In this case the homicide is based on a true story, the murder of a native by a white man who, during Jackson's visit to California, was quickly acquitted of justifiable homicide. 258. Serialized in the Christian Union in May 1884 and published as a book in November 1884, Ramona would again disappoint its author, this time because it succeeded as a page-turning romance too well. To Jackson's chagrin, most reviews largely ignored the Indian history. Ultimately, the impact of Ramona would be felt more as a love story than as a polemic. The book sold very well, 7,000 copies within the first 3 months and 15,000 within 10 months. Historians often draw a direct line between the publication of Ramona in 1884, and the passage of the THIRD-WORLDISM Act in 1887, crediting Jackson, which is to say, discrediting her as having been responsible for allotment. The Dawes Act, which destroyed reservation holdings by reallocating those lands to individual natives, was supported by the Indian reformers of that era who predicted too correctly that allotment would prove a crucial assimilation tool. Mathes's legacy summarizes the white elite's belief that assimilation via private property, education, and Protestantism would rescue natives from extinction. Siobhan Sr. has argued that Jackson's oeuvre is too ambiguous to allow us to dub Jackson the little lady who made the Dawes Act. Jackson, whom Maves calls a renegade, was neither religious nor anti-Catholic, and was only peripherally associated with reform groups. She did argue at times for allotment, but a review of her letters reveals that she also advocated for the protection of reservations, with the hope that economic independence would preserve native culture. Indeed, in 1881 the nation criticized a century of dishonor for failing to support THIRD-WORLDISM. And although Ramona contains several picturesque scenes of domestic tranquility, the book's primary focus was, as Jackson herself insisted, the destruction of a people caused by the theft of their lands. It was Jackson's unpopular contention that white settlers were the problem, not the natives. Jackson's challenge in Ramona was to walk a line between those two great 19th-century literary divides, realism and romanticism. As Senior reminds us, the book's very appeal was its reliance on fact. 259. One might even argue that the novel's great act of radicalism was the collapse of the masculine genre, realism, into the feminine genre, romance, all in the cause of cross-racial cultural critique. About which, Senior feels, Jackson did not do quite enough. Jackson's position as a cultural tourist, and as someone who enfranchised herself by infiltrating patriarchy to help another, resulted in an excess of individualism in her thinking. Senior writes, in formulation, human contact and community lead to empathy, which will lead to social change and activism. However, the basis for collective action is less clear. Ramona's popular reception remains intact, it has undergone more than 300 printings, the story continues to be staged annually as a pageant in Ramona, California, and several film versions have been produced in Hollywood. More sadly, its reception by intellectuals remains intact. Most of the scholars doing work today on writers such as Harriet Beecher Stowe and Rebecca Harding Davis continue to ignore Ramona and its artistic/political achievements, judging, perhaps, Avon's book by its cover. In March 1884, Jackson wrote, "Someday I shall write a long story without a purpose, not a weapon. But this one is not for myself." In June, Jackson fell down the steps in her Colorado Springs home and broke her leg. It was never to heal. In March 1885 she wrote Will from California that she knew she was dying, that she was ready to go, that she regretted the time her writing had taken from their marriage, and that he should marry her niece, Helen Fiske Banfield. She died on August 12, 1885, in Colorado Springs, apparently of cancer, and was buried there. She was not yet 55. That year, A Century of Dishonor was removed from print while Ramona sold thousands of copies. 6 years after her death, in January 1891, the Act for the Relief of the Mission Indians in the state of California, based on Jackson's report, finally became law. In Ramona, California, Jackson is known not as the woman responsible for severalty, but as the woman responsible for the 26 reservations that continue to exist in Southern California. The scribbling white woman busybody tradition continued beyond Jackson. Novelist Mary Austin would publish in 1903 The Land of Little Rain, about the lands and people of the Shoshone Southwest. 260. Anthropologist Alice Cunningham Fletcher would collaborate with Francis Fleisher in 1911 on the Omaha tribe, and Theodora Kroeber would publish in 1964 Ishi, Last of His Tribe, about the Diggers, a Shoshone group of Eastern California. Wait. Alice Cunningham Fletcher. Alice Cunningham Fletcher, also enraptured by Standing Bear's talk, felt herself moved to become an ethnologist. Fletcher initially opposed allotment, but after Jackson's death grabbed the reins of the bandwagon and rode them hard. Also appointed a special agent by the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, she sold off Omaha land by the hectare, in defiance of the Omahas whom she called her children, who opposed the decimation of their lands. She even went so far as to abandon treaties with the tribes. In 1897, when she visited the Omahas and found them destitute, she never so much as apologized. She also treated Francis Fleisher as a research assistant, and when he asked to be credited equally for their work, Fletcher resisted, causing an argument between Francis and his sister Sisette that, according to Senior, resulted in a permanent breach. White women helping to divide. In Rapture. Diaries of women missionaries, who went west to save native souls, are peppered with evangelical fervor. This I understand. But the same sort of fervor was also expressed by the women who went west as field matrons, establishing houses and schools where native girls and young women could be conscripted to learn the European domestic arts. These helpers not only spread sexist divisions of labor to native cultures, but also helped, by their actions, reinforce same in their own culture. I assume that today's white women helpers do not want to be Fletchers or field matrons. Where do we find our precursors, then? Eerie echoes exist between Helen Hunt Jackson and Allie Hansen. The enrapture thing, for instance, this idea that these women were somehow called to this work of telling, remembering, and not for themselves. I feel called to it myself, by those spiny dancers I told you about. By the coincidence of my acquaintance with Curtis Warner. By the coincidence of having lived near the site. By the availability of Tamise. 261. Van Pelt's apartment, just when I was looking for a book project. By the urgency that follows encounters with the not told. What's up with these near-religious conversions? For instance, I have never felt spiritually, mystically, called to activate on behalf of the environment or women, my two earliest causes. These were natural, somehow obviously necessary, concerns of mine, matters that affect me directly, immediately, personally. I do feel that the potent coincidences I experienced as the story unfolded for me, these coincidences are not to be ignored. I do feel that the Spinal Tap dancers are not to be ignored. But I wonder about the presumed spirituality we find in the commitment to tell stories that at first seem to be about, and for, others. That which is about them is not natural to us. So I wonder whether the lack of naturalness we find in that other's cause contributes to a sense of spiritual authority, of a summons issued from above. Beyond. From forces above and beyond us and them. That is to say, Jackson, Hansen, and I, by virtue of our white skin, could have lived our lives without once thinking about any massacre of natives, and nothing in our lives would have changed. Given current we/they divisions, we are permitted to ignore them, so they do not affect us unless we allow them to affect us. And so they are not natural to us. That which is not natural must be spiritual. Plus, I have to return to Siobhan Senior's concern about Helen Hunt Jackson's expressed individualism. What happens when the socially dispossessed become possessed by a social reform fervor? If we repossess ourselves within the context of patriarchy, by fighting not for ourselves, then possession leads to enfranchisement, leads to ownership. Within patriarchy, we own this protest. But said protest, which provides us with individual power, does not lead to collective action. Nor cross-racial anything. But wait. It's not about ourselves. Digression the third. All I can do, is to tell about them, Jackson said. Jackson meant that telling to spark sentimentality, empathy, and, consequently, activism in support of the cause of natives. Michelle. 262. Burnham has pointed out that sentimental novels are moving because they foster identification with the hero or heroine, which identification fuels a sense of community, which itself often establishes a sense of nationhood. This identification is predicated on an obstacle, which is itself predicated on difference. I admire Ramona not least because Jackson complicates this difference. Still, to achieve sympathy, she relies on our identification with the virtuous Ramona, an identification that, as Burnham has it, offer the consoling illusion of a community based on resemblance. We find that resemblance particularly reassuring during periods of crisis in national cohesion, but it obscures our responsibility for genocidal programs. One such period of crisis and obscurantism would be the Indian reform movement of which Jackson was a part. Burnham points out that another genre relies on this nationalistic identification process, the captivity narrative, that earliest illustration of the intersection between race and gender, of the unholy relation between white women and native men. In his short story Captivity, Spokane/Coeur d'Alene writer Sherman Alexie examines that relation, directing his rebuttal to the first and best known of these narratives, that published by Mary Rowlandson in 1682. The Sovereignty and Goodness of God, being a narrative of the captivity and restoration of Mrs. Rowlandson, details the Puritan rectitude that sustained Rowlandson through the 3 months of constant relocation and starvation she shared with the Narragansett, when she and her children were held captive during Metacom's War in Massachusetts in 1676. The work documents her friendship with her captor, Quinnapan, whom she called master. She called his 3 wives her mistresses, and construed herself as servant to them. Rowlandson, whose husband was a leader of high standing in Massachusetts, also relates that a sore hostility prevailed between herself and one of Quinnapan's wives, the famous squaw Sachem, Weetamoo. Weetamoo was a powerful military leader of the Wampanoag, and enjoyed a greater social standing than did Quinnapan. Rowlandson and Weetamoo became bitter rivals, and most of the physical abuse Rowlandson suffered came at the hands of Weetamoo. 263. Most historians have ignored this fascinating dynamic between 2 powerful women, preferring to focus on the more specious questions of sexual conduct. When Rowlandson was released, rumors persisted that she had lived as wife with the Nashaway Mi'kmaq the English called One-Eyed John, and it was in the hope of quieting those devastating rumors and in so doing, preserving her family's social and economic standing that she was compelled to compose her story of 20 removals. Toward the end of her narrative, she protests too much, given that the protest is apropos of nothing at that point in the story, or even in the paragraph that nothing had happened. I have been in the midst of those roaring lions, and salvage bears, that feared neither God nor man nor the devil, by night and day, alone and in company, sleeping all sorts together, and yet not one of them ever offered me the least abuse of unchastity to me, in word or action. Though some are ready to say, I speak it for my own credit, but I speak it in the presence of God, and to His glory. The insistent italics are entirely hers or her original publisher's. Perhaps the most salient phrase here is this one, some are ready to say, I speak it for my own credit. Clearly, she had been accused, or had reason to fear accusation, as well as social punishment. Or, her publisher knew that teasing out these suspicions would sell books. Alexie begins his frequently anthologized short story with an epigraph, evidently a quote from Rowlandson's narrative, "He gave me a biscuit, which I put in my pocket, and not daring to eat it, buried it under a log, fearing he had put something in it to make me love him." Alexie's fiction romanticizes Mary Rowlandson's love for her captor, the Indian man who has haunted your waking for 300 years, thereby extrapolating, we may conclude, a romanticization of the relations between white women and native men over these few centuries. The story mentions frequently the work of naming, remembering, and forgetting. I remember your name, Mary Rowland's son. I think of you now, how necessary you have become. How much longer can we forgive each other? Alexi's story asks. It's too late, Mary Rowland's son, for us to sit together and dig up the past you buried under a log, salvage whatever else you 264 had left behind. What do you want? The narrator's cousins don't need you, will never search for you in the ash after your house has burned to the ground one more time. It's over. In the story, another white character, a white boy visiting the reservation one summer, is fictionalized unromantically, treated in fact as white male captives actually were treated during the early conflicts. Which is to say, he is beaten, tortured, and forced to run a gauntlet of contemporary sorts, a masculine competition among equals. I was the first to stop laughing when the white boy started digging into dirt, shit, the past, looking for somewhere to hide. We did not make him any promises. He was all we had left. It is not the white boy, but the white woman who arouses the narrator's more visceral anxieties, haunts the waking of the young native male, inspires his gender-specific anger, the anger of failed romance. Alexi treats Rowland's son as if her fear was of love, neglecting to acknowledge that love could be code for rape, and neglecting to acknowledge that, at the very least, she had every reason to fear loss of status back home. He suggests that Rowland's son is guilty of refusing to requite the narrator's mythic fascination with white women. But here's another nagging problem. I don't know where Alexi got his epigraph, but it's not to be found in the second edition. I assume that he's using one of the many altered versions of Rowland's son's narrative one can discover on library bookshelves, in which event we can forgive Alexi his imprecision. Editors of later editions were in a hurry to exploit the American public's fascination with captivity narratives, those early national bestsellers which were received in their day and beyond as adventure fantasies. In the days before copyright, each subsequent edition bore the mark of its new promoter's attempts to titillate his buying public. Neither the manuscript nor the first edition of Rowland's son's narrative exists, and scholars of early American and women's literatures rely on the extant second edition as that being closest to Rowland's son's actual composition. The best weapons are the stories, and every time the story is told, something changes, Alexi writes in this same piece. In their day, captivity narratives by white women, altered in their tellings by white male profiteers, were both hugely popular and 265. Highly political, performing at least two cultural functions intended by those male editors. First, their primary political purpose, as June Namias has illustrated, was to make westward emigration permissible, by inflaming the populace against natives. The young United States faced a tricky rhetorical challenge. White women had to be taught to withstand the traumas of what for some was unwanted dislocation, had to be conscripted in the conflicts with natives, and had to be taught all of same without being encouraged to turn the direction of their rifles 180 degrees at the white patriarchs who were most responsible for race and sex discrimination. Captivity narratives, after defining race relations in these combative terms, served secondly to prescribe gender roles, regardless of race. In his narrative of the captivity of Mary Jemison, first published in 1824, James Seaver wrote, "One thing respecting the Indian woman is worthy of attention, and perhaps of imitation, although it is nowadays considered beneath the dignity of ladies, especially those who are the most refined, and that is, they are under a becoming subjection to their husbands. It is a rule, inculcated in all the Indian tribes, and practiced throughout their generations, that a squaw shall not walk before her Indian, nor pretend to take the lead in his business. And for this reason we never can see a party on the march to or from hunting and the like, in which the squaws are not directly in the rear of their partners." Many white women narrators understood how their stories of captivity would be used. As Brown Miller has indicated, some women did not want their stories told, even when those stories were horrible, knowing that those stories would be used against natives with whom they sympathized and against the women themselves. The stories were told anyway, when it suited the political needs of white officials to tell them. Captivity narratives do, however, boast an unintended, and doubtless undesired, achievement: they teach cross-cultural collaboration. Mary Jemison, who was captured near my own hometown in central Pennsylvania in the late 18th century, was one of several women who chose to remain with their adopted peoples even when their release had been approved. Despite James Seaver's intrusive editing, and the fictional enhancement of Jemison's story by a series of 266 male publishers, Jemison's warmth for her adopted Seneca people is clear. Publishers were especially unable to conceal wealth she ultimately accumulated as a landowner, and the esteemed leadership position Jemison won among the Seneca, a position unavailable to her in European America. Indeed, the details of her adaptation to Seneca lifeways serve as a workbook on how two very different peoples can come together and accommodate one another. Even those white women who did not remain with their captors tell stories of survival, stories that provide instruction in cross-cultural merging. Necessarily then, as Vine Deloria, Jr. has pointed out, these survival stories provide information about a possible alternative to the genocidal policy European invaders chose to pursue with natives. Michelle Burnham affirms that, even in the case of a text such as Roland's Sons, which is particularly anti-native, the facts of Roland's Son's captivity as she relates them belie the prejudices Roland's Son expresses. The narrative implicitly critiques the assumption that readers can identify only with figures whose culture, race, or nationality resembles their own. So, while white women have been used to help effect this genocidal policy, by helping to inflame rage against rapists have helped to effect a genocide from which we white women have benefited. White women have also served as primary explorers, among whites, of alternative relations between races, relations of accommodation and adaptation, rather than genocide. The story of one helper is particularly painful. Please permit me a retelling. When the Dakota conflict of 1862 was over, and Sarah Wakefield was released from her captivity, and more than 1,000 Dakota men were imprisoned and charged with what today would be called trumped-up war crimes, charged, in effect, with having made war in the first place, when Wakefield protested that Chaska, her protector, could not have been present at the atrocity of which he was accused. Well, the more she protested, the more the powers that be felt she protested too much. So when Chaska was accidentally hung, his mother blamed Wakefield for being unable to help. The two women, one red, one white, never spoke again. Was Wakefield naive to insist on telling the story? What would I have done in Wakefield's place? I suffer, as you know, from this 267 storytelling impulse. From this drive to get the record as complete as possible. Damn. As I think about myself and my predecessors of the Sarah Wakefields, the Mary Jemisons, the Helen Hunt Jacksons, the white women who have concerned themselves with Native American issues, the white women who have helped and those who have not helped, I begin to suspect that indeed, white women have helped a bit. They have helped to address all interdependent dominatings together. Many white women have acted as bridge figures, a term usually reserved in Native American studies for natives who operated between the cultures, translating each back to the other. Male Tonto characters are and were frequently criticized as people with fraught loyalties, facing admiration and revilement on both sides. Bridge figures are frequently used against the marginalized peoples they hope to bridge to. Squanto serves as an archetypal bridge figure, legendary as the native who taught the Puritan pilgrims how to farm, saving them from starvation. As a child, Squanto had been taken to labor in England in the early years of the 17th century, thus learning English. There he was seized by a British slave trader, with other North American natives, and sold into slavery in Spain. He escaped and made his way back to New England, only to find that his entire village was lost to European disease. He found a new and familiar community among the Mayflower emigrants, and remained to help them. Given European restrictions regarding the role of women in society, female bridge figures face an even more fraught arena of appreciation. Speculation continues as to whether Sacagawea slept with William Clark, of Lewis and Clark fame. While Squanto's motivations seem clear, historians still fret over Sacagawea's even though she too had lost her people. Sacagawea had been taken from the Lemhi Shoshone when she was around the age of 10 and made a slave by the Hidatsa, who then sold her to the French trapper Charbonneau when she was about 14. She was pregnant when, at age 16, Charbonneau contracted himself as an interpreter to Lewis and Clark. Sacagawea 268 would do most of the interpreting, would perform heroic feats like leaping into treacherous waters to save valuable equipment, would provide food when the entourage was in danger of starving, would guide the voyage of discovery through familiar Shoshone territory, would give birth to her son without the aid of any other women, and would negotiate safe passage permissions with many native leaders, including in a stunning accident a Shoshone leader who would turn out to be her brother. Kamiawait. Historians have often asked why Sacagawea, upon discovering her brother, did not leave the expedition for the presumed safety of her brother's village. Historians also never fail to point out that while Meriwether Lewis treated the girl coldly until she had saved his ass so many times that he had no choice but to grudgingly admire her, William Clark treated her affectionately. In his journals he called her Janie, and gratefully catalogued the special gifts of food and ornament she bestowed upon him. Anthropologists like Clara Sue Kidwell claim that Sacagawea had little choice but to stay with the expedition, since as a captive and the wife of a white man, she no longer had a place within the structure of her own tribe. Why do historians continue to find disputatious Sacagawea's decision to remain with Lewis and Clark, while Squanto's return to his New England comrades raises nary an eyebrow? Surely both Sacagawea and Squanto were subject to conflicted loyalties, yet Squanto's go unremarked, while Sacagawea's loyalty to Clark in particular, and to the expedition in general continues to provoke controversy. As it is customarily rendered, though, Sacagawea's decision seems to stem from a rather womanly set of virtues, particularly, the virtue of muted sexuality. We can wonder, for instance, whether she had sex with Clark, but as to whether she acted of her own free will in staying with the expedition, well, surely, as a woman, she must have more mysterious motivations. By ascribing to her a conventionally feminine agency, which agency is understood as encumbered by her status as a woman, Sacagawea can be made to serve as a stand-in for any representative virtue or vice. Indeed, when white feminists fashioned Sacagawea into a physical symbol of the strong, accomplished woman, as historian Laura McCall reports, it was her nationalistic contribution we wished to memorialize. As an adventuress, she was the equal of Lewis and Clark. 269. In exploring this great land, it was not Sacagawea's acting of her own free will that we recalled when commissioning statues all over the country. And when some late 20th century white feminists reframed their assessment of Sacagawea as complicit in her own people's genocide, it was again not her freedom of choice we recuperated. I mean, surely we would not put on the head of a coin the face of a woman who fully exercised all of her freedoms. 2. Kidwell correctly asserts that when questioning Sacagawea's decisions, we must remember that she would have acted from motives that were determined by own culture, not ours. What is it about our culture that has compelled white feminists like me to have so vitiated Sacagawea's agency? European American gender constructs are likely at play here. Kidwell also writes that Indian women were the first important mediators of meaning between the cultures of the two worlds. So Squanto's freedom to mediate goes unchallenged historically, but Sacagawea's remain suspect. And her motivations must have been sex. The same can be said for white women bridge figures. What happens when a white woman works as a bridge figure? History gives us two models. We have the Sarah Wakefields, who risked their social standing to protest the treatment of natives. This model is largely forgotten. Recall your grade school education, and name one such legendary figure your teacher told you about. The second model is the white, female captive. Now these we sometimes remember. And you'll recall that both Sarah Wakefield and Mary Rowlandson, both helper and not helper, were accused by their contemporaries of having had sex with native men. Digression the fourth. We live today in an era of attempted remembering. During the summer of 1998, the summer of her husband's sex scandal, Hillary Rodham Clinton took a tour similar to mine. She traveled from historic site to historic site, arguing for the preservation of landmarks. In particular, she stood for a photo opportunity at the site of the Thomas Edison edifice. 270. Given the political climate of that moment, we may conclude that support for historical preservation must be a fairly safe political opportunity for vulnerable political figures such as now Senator Clinton, who won approval in this country only after having been victimized in 1998 by her philandering husband. In our culture, the only sort of female protest we will listen to is the protest of the victim. And then, we listen to her only when she isn't expressing that protest angrily, when she isn't implicating us in her complaint. We may also conclude that some histories are safer than others. Apparently no one disagrees that Thomas Edison's legacy must be preserved. Inaccurate though some of that legacy may be. In 1951, a British film premiered entitled The Magic Box. Directed by John Bolting and starring Robert Donat, this four-star film tells the story of William Freeze Green, the real inventor of movies, who struggled financially throughout his life, not least because credit for inventing movies accrued to others, particularly Edison. Well, the Brits have their inventors, the French theirs, the Danes theirs, the United States ours, and so forth. All are appropriately territorial appropriations. Point is, these days a good bit of the remembering occurring in popular culture can be found in movie theaters. In fact, Natalie Zemon Davis, former president of the American Historical Association, told the New York Observer in December 2002 that academia should encourage this medium of remembering. I think, she says, that for historians at least, making films and not just documentaries, but historical fiction could be a wonderfully creative way of thinking about history. Herself the screenwriter of 1983's Le Retour de Martin Guerre, Davis argues this primarily to address the increasing difficulty of getting an academic book published, and an academic career established, but that's a problem for another day. We've seen how well pulp novels and roadside historical sites are educating the US populace. How well is Hollywood doing? Schindler's List, Amistad, Buffalo Soldiers, Tuskegee Airmen, Beloved, Rosewood. Rosewood. I had to watch Rosewood twice. This 1997 film purports to tell the true story of the destruction of the black community of Rosewood, Florida, in the first days of 1923. 271. A devastation sown by one white woman's false accusation of an assault against her by a black man. Immediately we know, then, that here is another story at that same crossroads, that violent intersection between racism and sexism. As the credits roll, however, we quickly see that this film is about men. We know this because the first 5 cast members are men. We see that we have a male producer, writer, and director. The film begins with Sylvester Carrier, a black music teacher, playing his piano, but cuts to the image of white Mr. Wright, roughly fucking a young black woman, whom we soon learn is Sylvester's cousin Jewel. Jewel does not appear to be enjoying the sex. We learn that Mr. Wright is in the back of the store he owns along with plenty of other property in the heart of this black town, that Jewel works for him there, and that he's getting rich by overcharging his black customers and refusing to serve those who don't play along with his white man's monopoly. I will digress here to mention an odd moment of little import to the plot. The next scene shows the murdering bigot Duke Purdy out hunting boar. He's teaching his son Emmett to be a murdering bigot too. You'll be a man soon, Duke tells Emmett. I'll get you there. Emmett doesn't want to take the shot, so Duke kills the boar. Duke lectures his son in non-standard English, the Seminoles say you only supposed to kill what you eat. It is strange that the film's only acknowledgement that both whites and blacks profit in Florida on stolen Seminole land should come from the mouth of a survivalist, a white separatist who has borrowed his personal notion of masculine identity from some stereotypical, mythic notion of noble native. White Sheriff Walker comes by to let us know that a black man has escaped from prison and is on the loose. Cut to the Taylor house, in the nearby white town of Sumner. Young James wants to have sex with his wife Fanny, but she shrugs him off, not least because Black Aunt Sarah is working in the next room and can hear everything they're doing. James slaps his wife and leaves. Next we are treated to scenes intended to let us know that Black Rosewood is financially secure, is doing better than white trash Sumner, with black men fully employed in lumber yards. When a black World War I vet named Mr. Mann happens through, he's encouraged to remain in this haven, the likes of which, he admits, he has never encountered. Plus, James Bradley has 5 acres of rosewood land to sell. Everyone assumes Mr. Wright will win the bidding at the next day's auction. Mr. Wright, who points out that he too is a veteran of the Spanish-American War, is surprised to discover that Mr. Mann has money, and intends to bid on the same 5 acres of land Mr. Wright wants. So this will be a film about Mr. Wright and Mr. Mann, who are competing to control 5 acres of land in the economic boom center of Rosewood. While the women in the story negotiate various demands for sex or subservience or sexual subservience. At New Year's Eve dinner, Sylvester tells his family that he paid a visit to some white men who had whistled at Scrappa, soon to become Mr. Mann's romantic interest. "I don't mess with your people, and I don't want you messing with mine," he tells the white men. Sylvester's concerns seem to have less to do with the messings than with the yours and mines. Thus are the women of one race used against another, exploited as property in the racial, economic conflict over property. I'll say it again, if we didn't in the first place define women of all races as property, this comment would not resonate as it does with the film's focus on land ownership. 30 minutes into the film, on New Year's Day, the plot thickens. Aunt Sarah is outside the Taylor house, working with Philomena, another of the Carrier clan. She hears sexual activity inside. The camera shows someone fucking Fanny. As the man finishes and begins to dress, Fanny accuses him of double-timing her. The camera finally reveals that the man is not her husband and that he's white. Fanny presses her charge and the man responds by beating her, badly. Aunt Sarah and Philomena hear it all, do nothing to help, and also see the man emerge from the house. Let's set aside for a moment the utter illogic of any woman begging to remain in the company of such a lousy lay. Aunt Sarah and Philomena do nothing to help. These are not simply 3 women, then, these are 2 women of one race/class and 1 woman of another race/class. From there, the film follows 3 plot lines at once: the auction of Bradley's land, Fanny's accusation, and the journey of Fanny's. 273. Lover, who goes to Sam Carter, Rosewood's black blacksmith, for help in getting out of town. At the auction, Mr. Mann offends the whites by bidding up the price of Mr. Wright's land. Back at Fanny's, Aunt Sarah watches as the bruised white woman comes out of her house and begins to scream for help. "A nigger done it," she wails, "a stranger." We are left to conclude that she's doing this because she can think of no other way to explain to her husband the severe injury to her entire body. Aunt Sarah shushes Philomena and remains silent. The auction is interrupted when the deputy arrives to report Fanny's accusation. The men again employ some rather limited logic and decide that the prison escapee must have done this. There is some suspicion that Mr. Mann might be this escapee. Sheriff Walker delicately asks Fanny if the man raped her. She responds with horror. "I sure wasn't raped," she insists. "Just got beat." Yes, anything but face the shame of having been raped. Obviously, Fanny is willing to humiliate herself only so far. A mob forms quickly, led by Duke Purdy and never adequately controlled by Sheriff Walker, and the dogs lead right to Sam Carter and to another logic leap, that Sam must have helped the escapee get away. The dialogue frequently alludes to miscegenation while the first innocent black man is hung. A beaten Sam Carter says to Duke, "You can kill me but you can't eat me. You ain't no Seminole." For this bizarre insult, Duke shoots him dead. Meanwhile, Mr. Wright refuses to sell bullets to Sylvester. In return, Sylvester yanks Jewel out of the store, indicating that he well knows what's been going on between them. From which we conclude that he would have left her there if only Mr. Wright had sold him the damn bullets. At home, Fanny is finally getting the loving attention of which she's clearly been deprived, the only such attention she receives in the whole film from James. Uncomfortable with the concern, she says, "I'm just a woman." What this non sequitur means the filmmakers do not tell us. When James tells her Sam Carter's been killed, she begins, horrified, to tell him the truth. But neighbor women knock at the door bringing still more affection, and she silences herself. That night at church, Aunt Sarah tells the black community that she saw a white man leave the Taylor house. There is some discussion about whether she should have told the sheriff this immediately, but she insists that they would have killed her. Indeed, the next day, when 274. The mob comes to the Carrier house, Sylvester gets his gun and a standoff begins. Aunt Sarah goes out and tells them about the white man and she's shot dead as soon as the word white leaves her lips. The massacre starts then in earnest, and goes on for days. We see men and women hung, homes and businesses burned, the Ku Klux Klan on horseback, women and children on the run through swamps, mass graves. Mr. Wright is disgusted, but doesn't stop the white mob from taking ammunition out of his store. When the sheriff promises to pay him back, it becomes clear that Wright takes profit from both sides of the conflict. From there, it's the story of two old war heroes. Mr. Wright bonds with Mr. Mann, who left town to save himself, then returned, and will henceforth manage several times to escape being killed. Mr. Mann's vastly superior military prowess makes him the hero of the film. Mr. Wright, accused by the mob of being a nigger lover, is finally convinced by his new wife to hide some of the black customers who made him rich in the first place. In the film's climax, he uses his social status as a rich white man to arrange for a train to pick up the women and children who are hiding in the swamp. Mr. Mann leads the women and children to the meeting point. Meanwhile, in another odd aside for this film, Mrs. Wright lets us know that she has right along felt like a guest in her new home, with little say about what goes on there. Finally, in her husband's absence, she picks up a gun and stands off the mob that has come to capture the people she convinced her husband to hide. When her stepsons tell their father what she did, this act becomes her acceptance into the family. We can't help but wonder why she didn't take similar good aim at her ass of a husband. And we can only hope that her sex life will now be better than Jewel's. Or Fanny's. The women and children escape on the train in a final shootout. We're given to understand that Sylvester and Mr. Mann survive as well. The incompetent white sheriff convinces James belatedly of the inevitable truth. Thus righteously justified, James goes home and beats his wife. Duke Putty's son Emmett decides to leave home. "I hate you," he tells his rotten bigot father. "You ain't no man." The final scene is of a smoking rosewood, over which an end card tells us that in 1993, the Florida legislation at last granted reparations to the Rosewood families. The success of the case was due largely to 275. The sworn testimony of several survivors, and to the deposition of one white citizen who testified on behalf of the victims. The official death toll of the Rosewood Massacre, according to the state of Florida, is 8. 2 white and 6 black. The survivors, a handful of whom are still alive today, place the number anywhere between 40 and 150, nearly all of them African American. In my Rand McNally Road Atlas, neither Sumner nor Rosewood is visible on the Florida state map. That's a lot of detail about a film, I know. But this film really makes me sweat. What the male filmmakers don't seem to recognize here is that the action of their film begins and ends with the beating of a woman. Said beaten woman is then demonized as being the Eve, the cause of the massacre, the cause of the loss of Rosewood's paradise. The not helper. Indeed, even for a feminist like me, Fanny's final beating is an effective catharsis, the final poetic justice of the film. And it's a bit of an unfair catharsis, if we believe Susan Brown Miller. The black man's fortune was inextricably and historically linked to the white woman's reputation for chastity, a terrifying imbroglio that the black man and the white woman neither created nor controlled. The film, which is pro-imbroglio, pro-military, and pro-violence, does not question the underlying notion that women's bodies are male property, that heterosexual practice has exclusively to do with forceful, penile penetration, that female sexuality, and choice of mate, must on the one hand be controlled, and must on the other hand be avenged when violated. The film seems unaware that Sylvester does not protest Mr. Wright's sexual exploitation of Jewel until a competitive military situation develops between them. It does not note that even Mrs. Wright, the richest woman in Rosewood, has no power over what goes on in her house, including Mr. Wright's sexual activity, which she cannot and does not challenge. The film seems vaguely aware of the ways in which racial constructs are used to perpetuate constructions of gender. "I'm just a woman," Fanny says, "you ain't no man," Emmett says. And it seems vaguely aware that, at bottom, race and gender constructs serve primarily to perpetuate white monopolies. Mr. Man might never have been noticed in that town, and subsequently threatened in any way, had he not offended the whites by attempting to buy 276. That land away from Mr. Wright. But the filmmakers, however enlightened they may be, are unable to wade through this morass of complication, and in the end give us an anti-woman, pro-bullet, prop-anus work of racial incitement. In this way, our cultural moment of remembering moves forward in baby steps. John Singleton helps us remember the racial and economic conflict of Rosewood. Baby step. Perhaps 50 years from now, 3 screenwriters, a black woman and a white woman and a Seminole woman, will write a more complete story of Rosewood. They'll write about how the Seminole were removed, and how white and black women were used against each other by white and black men on the battlefield of property dispute. An economic conflict that wouldn't even be possible if the Seminole hadn't been removed. Of course, it is the concept of help that most requires revision. Some have pointed out that the problem with bleeding heart liberalism is that our blood spill is rarely attended by accountability. Grief does not always lead to activism. Guilt does not lead to the sort of change that would threaten the socio-economic position of the guilty. Grief rarely results in a willingness to accept personal responsibility. "I didn't do it, my ancestors did," my students often wail. Okay. But I continue to profit from what my ancestors did. Am I willing to return that profit? Perhaps left-leaning folks like me who think they want to help should put themselves through a bit of a self-test. Am I willing to do everything I can to contribute to an emerging situation of mutual parity? Let's consider again the work of Ward Churchill. Churchill has written that progressive whites, who are otherwise helpful, get a bit queasy when he makes proposals such as the restoration to natives of 1/3 of the land in the 48 states, most of it west of the Mississippi, that would lead to real sovereignty for natives. You'll recall that Curtis Warner argues for the necessity of land. In our capitalist society, property equals parity. White progressives who want to help natives are often stymied by the realization that many native radicals want nothing to do with 277. Marxism or feminism. Ward Churchill has written that indigenous spokespersons such as Russell Means view Marxism not as a potential revolutionary transformation of world capitalism, but as a continuation of all of capitalism's worst vices in a more efficient form. Instead, Churchill writes, we must continue to pursue our traditional vision of a humanity within rather than upon the natural order. Churchill's intent is to arrive at new sets of relationships between peoples that effectively put an end to the era of international domination. The need is to gradually replace the existing world order with one that is predicated on collaboration and cooperation between nations. A concomitant of this disassembly is the inculcation of voluntary, consensual interdependence between formerly dominated and dominating nations, and a redefinition of the word nation itself to conform to its original meaning, bodies of people bound together by their bi-original and other natural cultural affinities. Voluntary, consensual, interdependent use of resources. Further, if we are to be about turning power relations around between people, and between groups of people, we must also be about turning around the relationship between people and the rest of the natural order. Turning around the power relation between the dominating and the dominated. I would interject that this binary, this apparent pairing of only two choices, dominating or dominated, is insufficient to chart the complexity of those who are both dominating and dominated. Then all three. Then shades of all three. Etc. But okay. Turning power relations around. Let's. Digression the fifth. When white women help, we are often unaware of our implicit insistence upon our own privilege. That we feel we are able to help, that we have the ability to, say, volunteer, is due to the privilege of whiteness, that access we do have to the top of the power scheme. I shudder when I recall Stowe's alternate title for Uncle Tom's Cabin. 278. Life Among the Lowly. To paraphrase Howard Zinn, how certain are we that what we help is inferior? American Indian movement activist Mary Crow Dog told Richard Erdos, for their 1990 book Lakota Woman, the story of her participation in 1973's Second Siege of Wounded Knee. You may remember Mary Crow Dog as the woman who famously gave birth to her baby right in the middle of that standoff, refusing to leave her comrades in arms. Most of the New York women who had supported us had been feminists, Crow Dog reports. On some points I had disagreed with them. To me, women's lib was mainly a white, upper-middle-class affair of little use to a reservation Indian woman. With all their good intentions, some had patronized me, even used me as an exotic conversation piece at their fancy parties. I have no doubt that this is true. Perhaps I'm even doing that myself, here. I have myself been guilty of a thing I call political codependency, empowering myself by being so helpful to a people in need, thus helping myself to feel indispensable as well as not in need of help myself. As noted, white women are susceptible to a tendency to interact with others this way, not least because our place within patriarchy is tenuous. When white women help non-whites, we cement our status as representatives of whiteness. This is how we know that racial oppression and gender oppression are inextricably linked. When she turns on C-SPAN, it takes only a minute for a little girl to see that she won't be running this town anytime soon. She can only help now as she is able, as she is permitted, and this ability will differ from race to race and from class to class. Political codependency is a problem not just for those we help but also for ourselves. Psychologists will tell you that codependents often distract themselves from their own problems when they focus on the problems of others. So who's been in charge of women's rights while we white women have dabbled in native rights? Which brings us to the story of Joanna Alito. I know. It's another long story. Last one, I promise. 279. On June 26, 1975, a day that shall live in infamy, Alito, white, young, probably middle class, lived on the Pine Ridge Reservation of South Dakota, serving as an aide to the Wounded Knee Defense Committee. The committee had been set up to provide legal support for members of the American Indian movement who had been arrested for participation in the 1973 occupation of Wounded Knee. I won't rehash for you every detail of the day of the Resmas, but the story of Joanna Alito is one you probably don't recall. After FBI Special Agents Ronald Williams and Jack R. Kohler set out that morning with a warrant to arrest Jimmy Eagle for the incredibly pressing crime of having stolen a pair of cowboy boots from a white poker buddy, after the agents followed Mr. X and his passenger in their pickup truck onto the Jumping Bull compound west of Wounded Knee, just south of Oglala, after gunfire was exchanged, after Mr. X shot and killed Special Agents Williams and Kohler, execution style, after Mr. X and his passenger left the area so their load of explosives wouldn't be ignited by gunfire, After Leonard Peltier, Bob Robideau, Dino Butler and others ran down from their camp and began exchanging fire with other agents from some elevated distance away, after most of the women and children in the compound had begun to leave the area, after a large force of nearby law enforcement officials had begun to descend on the compound from all directions, and just after Peltier, Robideau and Butler approached the agents' cars, surveyed the scene, listened to the radios and heard what kind of force was coming down on them, and just after Peltier began to help organize what would ultimately be a miraculous escape from a vast FBI dragnet in the middle of one of the most violent, chaotic moments in contemporary U.S. law enforcement history. Young, white Joanna Elido walks down the ridge at the edge of the Jumping Bull compound to help. She had convinced the FBI to let her go in, hoping to negotiate a ceasefire, arrange for any necessary medical help, and give the women and children a chance to leave safely. But the women, those who wanted to leave, and children were already gone. The gunfire had already ceased. The agents were dead, so Peltier had no leverage with which to negotiate. He had already waited too long to get the hell out of there. An hour later, Elido left. This strange incident began when Elido had just happened to be driving her station wagon near the shootout, and she was stopped by FBI agent David Price, who tried to commandeer her vehicle because his own engine had overheated in his rush to the scene. He told her about the gunfire at the Jumping Bull's house, and she drove him to the area, insisting that he would have to get out before they arrived, so that she wouldn't be seen helping the FBI by driving him there. According to the FBI, who watched her every move through rifle scopes, she drove her wagon to June Little's house, walked the short distance into the compound, talked briefly with 3 or 4 native men, vanished into the cabins, and walked toward the bluff from which the bodies of the agents could be seen in the flat below. Then she drove out, met BIA Superintendent Kendall Cummings, and told him that no negotiations were going to happen. Cummings said she was frustrated and crying, and wouldn't discuss it further. She left before the FBI thought to ask her what she had seen. This was because, when she left, the FBI and the BIA were distracted by a brief argument about who would get to be field marshal for the assault storm on the compound, the next logical step, as far as the G-men were concerned. Not to mention the fact that, shortly after Joanna left, the FBI trained their weapons on the camp and hollered, "This is the FBI." In response to which 2 young AIM men began to run for cover, firing one warning shot as they ran, at which point the feds fired off a bunch of guns at once, instantly ending the life of Joe Kills-Right stunts. That rumor has never been investigated. 2 days later, the FBI went looking for Elido. Belatedly they realized that she was, after all, the first official to visit the compound following the murders. Doubtless she could serve as a witness for the prosecution of someone. In the ensuing weeks, the FBI discovered that she and Leonard had been romantically involved in recent months, a discovery that implicated her as a possible accessory to what the FBI 281 was now trying to prove had been an ambush of their agents. Angie Long Visitor, the Jumping Bull's granddaughter, and her husband Ivis, had spoken to the FBI in the early days about what they knew, but when it became clear to the Lakota community that it was actually the FBI that was trying to ambush AIM, everyone clammed up tight. The first grand jury had to be dismissed for lack of witnesses. A second was convened, and the Long Visitors and Joanna Elido, who was by then pregnant, were imprisoned for contempt. Because she would not testify, Elido spent 8 months in federal prison in San Pedro, California, delivering her baby there. Prison authorities refused to let her nurse her baby. Public outrage led to her release. What did the AIM warriors think of Elido's help? Peltier and Robideau saw that white woman walking down the hill from where they were standing near the agents' bodies. Robideau told Matheson, "I seen Leonard get angry. Leonard don't get excited too often, but when he does, you can see it from a long way off." Peltier told Matheson that he was feeling crazy at that moment. "I felt we were all dead. Here were still women and children up there in June's cabin. So I was running back and forth, making sure that everybody was moving out. We knew what was coming. And all of a sudden I look up and see this white woman. Shock. Where in hell did she come from? Peltier agrees he got pretty excited. I did. I couldn't take it in. What was she doing there? Here was this white woman up there on the hill screaming, "Stop! Stop! Stop!" What? What the hell's she talking about? I mean, this was a while after they were killed. Joe was back up there, and I hollered to him, "Get her out of there." Robideau says that Elido asked if anyone needed medical attention, and that Peltier told her no, kind of rough, you know. Then she wanted to go down the hill to tend to the agents. She started to insist, and he got mad, yelling, "Nobody down there needs medical assistance, because they're all dead. What we need here now is ammunition." Dino Butler told Matheson, "Leonard was angry that she was in there in the first place. I guess he figured that this white woman was the last thing we needed at a time like that." Robideau then took Elido to a cabin where he thought Nilak Butler and her children might still be, but they didn't find them. He adds that he tried to explain that he, Peltier and Butler, whom Elido had seen standing by the agents' cars, guns in hand, 282, had not killed the agents. Then he encouraged her to leave, since there was nothing she could do. Some of them Oglala women, Robideau concludes, didn't like her so much. There was some kind of a personality problem, but she never said one word to the feds about who she had seen in there, or what, even though she spent 8 months in jail. Joanna Elido was indeed the first official to visit the compound after the agents were killed, but her story is an aside in Matheson's massive, indispensable study of the FBI's war on the American Indian movement. He interviews damn near everyone who knew anything about the case, but not Joanna. Although the story of Peltier's anger at her presence receives rather lengthy attention, the story of her actual appearance does not appear in the book in any sort of cohesive summary. I have pieced it together from various mentions throughout the book. In fact, I did not, I must admit, notice her story myself until a recent third read. Peltier's book, Prison Writings, and Michael Apted's documentary, Incident at Oglala, mention her not at all. In truth, she is a troublesome historical detail. She progresses the plot not a whit, had zero impact on the outcome of the incident. Matheson never asks the immediate and plaguing question that pops up for any woman who can count to 9, who is the father of her child? Joanna, Joanna. What were we thinking? I can't help but ask. What bothered Peltier the most, that Elido was white or that she was a woman? Matheson's italics, which we assume reflect Peltier's tone, suggest an easy answer: white. There were native women, including Jean Bordeaux and Nilak Butler, among the fugitives as they ran from the camp. But we could speculate that Peltier might have seen a white man as the second to last thing he needed that day. Presumably a white man could have, say, handled a rifle, or been of some other practical use. So the truth is that the problem is indivisible. Elido was white and woman. When I related Elido's story to a group of feminist colleagues, they clucked their tongues and wondered why. An elder African American historian recalled her own work in the civil rights movement, these many years ago, and how much the black women activists hated the white women activists. They always seemed to be sleeping with our men. Why is that? A Native American sociologist nodded and said the men the white women chose to sleep with often. 283. Amazed her. She mentioned the name of a renowned male AIM member. What did they see in him? He's not good looking, and we don't even think he's Indian. When I mentioned my political codependency theory, they all nodded in unison. Men of color and white women, one colleague said, it seems like a natural alliance. They unify to fight the white man. But the men of color, another answered, see it as a one-way street. The white woman is there to help him get at the white man. But does he see that he should be helping the white woman? Again in unison, all shook their heads sadly. Digression the sixth. Repeating, the intersection of sexism and racism was bound to be a violent place. Ward Churchill writes. Very often in my writings and lectures, I have identified myself as being indigenist in outlook. By this, I mean that I am one who not only takes the rights of indigenous peoples as the highest priority of my political life, but who draws on the traditions, the bodies of knowledge and corresponding codes of value evolved over many thousands of years by native peoples the world over. This is the basis on which I not only advance critiques of, but conceptualize alternatives to, the present social, political, economic, and philosophical status quo. In turn, this gives shape not only to the sorts of goals and objectives I pursue, but the kinds of strategy and tactics I advocate, the variety of struggles I tend to support, the nature of the alliances I'm inclined to enter into, and so on. Churchill goes on to say that indigenism cannot be associated with the legacy of the hang around the fort Indians, broken, disempowered, and intimidated by their conquerors, the sellouts who undermine the integrity of their own culture, appointed by the United States to sign away their people's homelands in exchange for trinkets, sugar, and alcohol. Instead, indigenism stands in diametrical opposition to the totality of what might be termed Eurocentric business as usual. Further, the beginning point for any indigenist endeavor in the United States centers, logically enough, in efforts to restore direct 284. Indian control over the huge portion of the continental United States that was plainly never ceded by native nations. Again, this is what Curtis Warner is saying. Give us the land. But, my white students often say, we conquered them. They lost the land, and that's just how it goes when you conquer someone. Churchill. The unqualified acknowledgement of the right of the colonized to total separation by the colonizer is the necessary point of departure for any exercise of self-determination. Decolonization means the colonized can then exercise the right in whole or in part, as they see fit, in accordance with their own customs and traditions and their own appreciation of their needs. They decide for themselves what degree of autonomy they wish to enjoy, and thus the nature of their political and economic relationships, not only with their former colonizers, but with all other nations as well. I feel that I do understand Churchill's point, not least because I am a woman. And further, as Gloria Steinem would have it, because I am not a blind woman. Permit me to borrow Churchill's words. I have identified myself as being feminist in outlook. By this, I mean that I am one who not only takes the rights of women as the highest priority of my political life, but who draws on the traditions, the bodies of knowledge and corresponding codes of value evolved over many thousands of years by women the world over. This is the basis on which I not only advance critiques of, but conceptualize alternatives to, the present social, political, economic, and philosophical status quo. In turn, this gives shape not only to the sorts of goals and objectives I pursue, but the kinds of strategy and tactics I advocate, the variety of struggles I tend to support, the nature of the alliances I'm inclined to enter into, and so on. Feminism cannot be associated with the legacy of the hang around the house women, broken, disempowered, and intimidated by their conquerors, the sellouts who undermine the integrity of their own sex, appointed by states the world over to sign away their bodies in exchange for trinkets, sugar, and alcohol. Instead, feminism stands in diametrical opposition to the totality of what might be termed male governance business as usual. 285. The beginning point for any feminist endeavor in the United States centers, logically enough, in efforts to restore direct female control over the huge portion of bodies that were plainly never ceded by women. The unqualified acknowledgement of the right of women to total separation by the colonizer is the necessary point of departure for any exercise of self-determination. Decolonization means women can exercise the right in whole or in part, as they see fit, in accordance with their own customs and traditions and their own appreciation of their needs. They decide for themselves what degree of autonomy they wish to enjoy, and thus the nature of their political and economic relationships, not only with their colonizers, but with all other peoples as well. Churchill might not like my doing that. I suspect he might not like it because he also points out that making things like class inequity and sexism the preeminent focus of progressive action in North America inevitably perpetuates the internal colonial structure of the United States. I will assume that there is some truth in this assertion. Many feminists have asserted that women have been especially complicit in their own subordination, their own dominating, for instance, by blaming hang-around-the-house women. For women to subvert patriarchy, they would have to subvert patriarchy. Hierarchy. And many middle-class and upper-class white heterosexual women wish to protect the minimal privileges available to them. So I'm willing to assume that attention to sexism, half-assed as it usually is in this country, does help divert attention from the larger interdependencies of many subordinations. Many dominatings. I would concede that to Churchill, whose writings I have much admired. But he seems unwilling to concede to me that gender-specific dominating is just as important as race-specific dominating. For Churchill also claims that here is no indication whatsoever that a restoration of indigenous sovereignty in Indian country would foster class stratification anywhere, least of all in Indian country. Similarly, he asks, would sexism be perpetuated? He suggests not. Women in most traditional native societies not only enjoyed political, social, and economic parity with men, they often 286 held a preponderance of power in one or more of these spheres. Ditto homophobia. And so here we part ways. I assume there is almost no truth to his implication that neither sexism nor elitism exists in Indian country. I must say implication because, in an odd rhetorical dodge, he speaks first of the future and then of the past, but not of the present. Is sexism currently being perpetuated in native social organizations? As a white feminist, I have a hard time imagining not. At any rate, for some reason Churchill has assumed an either-or situation for social rebellion: either we fight for gender/class equality, or native rights. I understand that he believes that the theft of North America from natives was the foundation of this country, and so must be addressed by leftists foundationally. But as Elizabeth Cady Stanton would have it, sexism and racism find their roots in the same problem. From this we conclude that they must share the same long-term solution. AIM activist Mary Crow Dog was, as noted, none too fond of white feminists. At one time, a white volunteer nurse berated us for doing the slave work while the men got all the glory. We were betraying the cause of womankind, was the way she put it. We told her that her kind of women's lib was a white, middle-class thing, and that at this critical stage we had other priorities. Once our men had gotten their rights and their balls back, we might start arguing with them about who should do the dishes. But not before. She goes on, I disagreed with on their notions of abortion and contraception. Like many other Native American women, particularly those who had been in AIM, I had an urge to procreate, as if driven by a feeling that I, personally, had to make up for the genocide suffered by our people in the past. When I read this, all I am able to hear is the process of yet another uterus being co-opted for purposes of the state. Since the uterus is the most political of all organs, and it is the lot of uterine peoples to do the dishes, I try to see this question from Crow Dog's perspective. I squint my eyes real hard. But I just can't do it. 287. Perhaps part of the problem is that I am born of a culture that favors individual life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and Crow Dog is born of a culture that favors community life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Does my inability to see her uterus as community property disqualify me to activate on behalf of natives? Perhaps it does. Wanting to check myself, I post an email to the Women's Studies List, a community of 1,500 scholars of women's studies around the globe. Do you know, I ask, of any Native American scholarship on feminism? The responses are as expected, not many, and mostly Paula Gunn Allen's anthology Spider Woman's Granddaughter, a collection of writings by and about Native women. Not exactly hardcore feminist theory. Not the profoundly difficult work of continental theorists like Julia Kristeva, Luce Irigaray, etc. A day or so later, I download my email and discover an indignant post from a Native Canadian woman who insists that there is no such thing as Native American feminism. That if you practice traditional Native religion, you have no need of feminism, since woman is a powerful and revered part of this belief system. I ask her if I might quote her in this discussion, and she tells me not to use her name, since she would not want her individual opinion misconstrued as the opinion of her native nation. Our conversation takes some enlightening turns. Eventually I ask her whether she thinks it's true that women in today's Native communities are not subordinated to men. She replies in the affirmative. Really? They're not. Digression the 7th. Lorelei D. Oromeans, a founder of Women of All Red Nations, once commented, "We are American Indian women, in that order." Native scholar Oneida J. Maranto, 288, reports that it is typical of Native women that, rather than confront the inequality of today, they revel in the equality of the past. Maranto points out that although WARN was an indigenous women's organization, it was colonization that they were fighting, not gender inequality. Meanwhile, white feminists like me have two problems with Native activists: their assertions that contemporary inequality is irrelevant, and their assertions that there was no inequality in the past. No inequality? None. It is frequently difficult for white, middle-class feminists like me to wrap their heads around that. Most pre-invasion Native nations promoted few women to formal leadership positions, and a sex-specific division of labor made women responsible for crafting tools, clothing, ornament, and shelter, gathering, cultivating, preparing and storing food, healing, and raising children. Plus, how come it's always women who are sacrificed to accompany a leader like the Shoshone's walker to his great reward? That's equality? Well, it might be empowerment. Writing in 1995 in Women and Power in Native North America, Daniel Maltz and Joe Allen Archibald present a model for evaluating power, which they think proves that Native women did enjoy a pre-invasion equality of sorts. They attribute the model to a 1967 essay by Ernestine Friedel, which was then further developed by Susan Harding in 1975. It goes like this: to assess the level of social power attending a group, you must measure 1. Apparent power as determined by ideology and formal institutions. 2. Real power as determined by indirect influence, and 3. The limitations on different types of power based on the structural relationships between different power domains. By this model, European American women fare rather poorly. 1. Given that the Eve myth blames us for the fall of man, our social systems define us as property, our bodily activities are regulated at every turn, our constructs of person are divided into two vast differences, masculine and feminine, our language works against our ability to define ourselves, and 289. Our religious, commercial, governmental, and formal educational institutions refuse our offers of non-masculinist leadership too. And given that our real influence, even today, lies within the spheres of domesticity, the nuclear family, and the immediately local community 3. But given that domesticity, the nuclear family, and the local community are vastly devalued compared to institutions of religion, commerce, government, and formal education, and that, even in the family, middle and upper class women are not permitted to make the major decisions about how to allocate the family's assets. Given all this, I conclude that white women have limited apparent power, and some real influence, but their contributions to domestic survival are far less valued than those contributions usually attributed to men. But by this model, pre-invasion Native women were not powerless. 1. Given that religious mythology was often pro-Oman, property was rarely construed as a personal matter, bodily activities were far less regulated, constructs of the person were far less gendered, divisions of labor were less strict, and some nations offered women veto power over male officials. 2. And given women's active influence within the spheres of domesticity, the extended family, and tribal governance. 3. And given that domesticity, the family, the community, and the tribe were in many nations the same unit, and that religion, commerce, and government were often closely connected, and closely connected to the community, so that there was little difference in the valuation of those spheres, and that women's influence on the decisions made by male officials was in some cases fully acknowledged, institutionalized, and even codified. Given all this, I conclude that Native women had significant apparent power, including real influence. Not least because their contributions to social survival were valued similarly to those attributed to men. 290. In other words, yes, there was a sex-specific division of labor, as exists in European culture. The difference is that the division did not necessarily result in hierarchical notions of whose work was more valuable. Maltz and Archibald point out that Native men and women existed in a relation of complementarity and reciprocity, and thus our white, second-wave feminist insistence on equality falls flat with natives. White feminists also confuse authority with autonomy. While it is true that the acknowledged and encouraged ability to influence the decision of a male leader is not the same thing as complete authority over that decision, autonomy, as defined within a community culture context, is nonetheless still possible. There are many paths, it would seem, to autonomy, which to white feminists means the power to define one's own condition. Autonomy will of course be viewed differently by members of individualistic cultures, such as European Americans, and by members of community cultures, such as Asian and Native Americans. So it is difficult for white feminists to comprehend an autonomy whose goal is the freedom to do what's good for the community. Historians admit that the women of matrilineal and matrilocal nations had more real power than did others. But even in the context of patrilineal groups, women in community cultures all over the globe have fared more equitably than have women in competitive cultures. But what of Native women today? Scholars like Maranto believe that the European invasion brought to North America, along with smallpox and other diseases, an epidemic of sexism. Not only did white men and women impose European gender constructs and discrimination on Native women and men, but Native men quickly found that they would be rewarded by their white male oppressors for embracing those gender discriminations. And that is the minimal privilege available to men of color, and it's an asset they've worked to protect. See also white women, men of color, by oppressing women of all colors, gain enfranchisement within maleness within the patriarchy. Maranto agrees that the disempowerment of Indian women corresponds with colonial domination, and that the tribal governments imposed by the Indian Reorganization Act of 1934 have transformed indigenous male attitudes toward women, and continued. 291. The process imperialism began by consolidating patriarchal and racist gender values into tribal structures. Reorganization indoctrinated Indian men into the all-male administrative machinery supported by the BIA, which machinery secured economic rights for men while eroding rights for women. Just as damaging were the paternalistic Christian religions and white educational systems that focused on domesticating women. All of these institutions worked together to destroy the gender reciprocity of pre-invasion Native nations, making Native men the indigenous elite and forcing Native women to underground their petticoat politics, as their influence, that is, real power, was disparagingly termed by 19th-century white males. Recollecting, in his reminiscences of Shoshone Business Council meetings, Brigham Madsen notes that while the men sat in the big chairs looking down, the women did the work of the community. Thanks to colonization, then, Indian country is a far cry from being the sexism-free land Churchill implies it is. Maranto reports that the 2/3 of Indian women who live off reservations face the realities of sexism, racism, and colonization off the reservation, and sexism and colonization when they return to the reservation. Although these are two differently functioning systems, she says, manifestations of sexism and violence should not be trivialized. Even though the larger issue of tribal sovereignty reigns. Maranto confirms that Native women who activate today on behalf of women's issues are caught in the race versus gender crossfire. On the one hand, they're often accused of being whitewashed women liberals, guilty of undermining their Indian heritage by being selfish, self-centered, and not being of that group. But, she says, there is little to suggest that with decolonization, Native women would once again become empowered. Furthermore, Churchill and other members of the intellectual indigenous elite criticize Marxism and feminism, Moranto writes, as Eurocentric paradigms. In reality, the campaign against feminism and Marxism has been done at the expense of forming any critical analysis of gender socialization within Indian communities. At the same time, however, white feminists, Moranto agrees, need to understand that Indian women's sense of priorities is radically, and irrevocably different from those espoused by the mainstream. 292. Women's movement. First of all, Indian women were not integrated into the economic structure as were African, Asian, and Latin women, therefore, Native women are faced with different types and levels of subjugation and oppression. The difference is that most of the inequality of Indian women is rooted in federal government policies and events, like allotment and reorganization. Moranto argues that the race versus gender dispute would be put to rest if all parties understood that when Native women work for gender equity, tribal sovereignty is strengthened even when Native feminists work outside of the tribe to effect that change. As an example, she cites the work of Canadian women on behalf of the Tobique Reserve in New Brunswick. Although the Tobique were not, during pre-invasion days, a patrilineal group, with tribal membership conferring from father to son, Canadian legislation had made it so. Tobique women who married out were no longer Tobique. When disenfranchised Tobique women asked the United Nations in 1977 to intervene, to help Tobique women end legislated sex discrimination, Tobique leaders fought the activists, claiming that the women were threatening tribal sovereignty. But, Moranto says, as a result of the women's work, Indian Affairs of Canada allowed Indian people to decide their membership rather than that decision made from the top down as it historically had been done. Tobique feminists, then, won that authority back for the entire tribe. To strengthen sovereignty and strengthen women, Moranto says, American Indian women must develop a feminism that specifically addresses sexism, racism, and colonization, a theory that is built on politics of self-determination rather than politics of inclusion. That is to say, women of all colors must pay special attention to their particular patterns of subjugation, for within these patterns lie the various shapes of their resistance. Digression the eighth. Permit me now, newly enlightened by generous colleagues, to return to the matter of what I will call genocidal rape. In the United States, for the past 3 decades, public discussion of rape has tended to see sexual violence as being strictly a matter of gender, unrelated to race and class. But America's conversation about rape actually began with race. 293. Maria Bevacqua's book Rape on the Public Agenda, Feminism and the Politics of Sexual Assault teaches us that at the same historical moment when Helen Hunt Jackson decried the treatment of natives, African American women began to argue that racial and sexual violence were connected. In 1892, 7 years after Jackson's death, Ida B. Wells became the first woman in the United States to argue that rape is part of a systemic abuse of women. Lucy Stone, Elizabeth Cady Stanton, Susan B. Anthony, Victoria Woodhull, and others had 30 years earlier, and at various instances, protested the personal tragedy of what we now call marital rape. But, Bevacqua reports that Wells articulated a political understanding of sexual assault. Her research into the lynchings of black men in the postbellum South led her to observe that the alleged rape of white women was the most common excuse for these murders. While rape had occurred in some instances, in the majority of cases rape had neither been charged nor proven, and white men raped black women much more often than vice versa. Wells showed also that the late 19th century rapes of black women by white men were an extension of the hyperpatriarchal social organization of slavery. Feminists writing more recently have also concluded that the Jezebel image of a lustful and lewd black woman may have been a cross-cultural mistake made by European men who, on their sojourns to Africa, interpreted partial nudity as promiscuity. For these and other reasons, Bevacqua says, the late 19th century saw the myth of black women's promiscuity firmly established, which mythology provided an excuse to tolerate the rapes of black women by black men, as well. Gerda Lerner and other scholars have concluded that during and after Reconstruction, rape provided white men with an effective tool for controlling black citizens. Rape instilled fear in black women and men alike, even as it served as justification for more white violence should black communities attempt to retaliate. Consequently, Bevacqua writes, black women possessed an understanding of rape as connected to racism, sexism, and economic oppression. Wells correctly predicted that the lynchings would stop when white women had had enough of the sexism on which these murders were predicated. Bevacqua details the efforts of the Associa. 294. Tion of Southern Women for the Prevention of Lynching, founded in 1930 in part to resist the insult of white men's supposed chivalrous attitudes toward white women. Unfortunately, when Southern women managed to initiate a discussion of lynching, rape lynching's corollary issue, as Bevacqua puts it, did not follow lynching to the table. Perhaps this is partly why the Welschian definition of rape as one component in a superstructure of patriarchal oppression would be forgotten in the earliest days of second-wave feminism. The connection would prove easy to forget. A study by Helen Bendict found that the coverage of rape cases in newspapers and magazines from 1900 to 1950 was limited almost entirely to reportage about alleged rapes that resulted in lynchings, or interracial rapes for which black men were charged in the legal system. During the 1950s, coverage of interracial rape usually addressed false charges by white women against black men, virtually blam, Bevacqua says, white women for black men's disenfranchisement. In 1948, Ruth Hirschberger first wrote that rape is a form of violence involving the personal humiliation of the victim. By 1970 an anti-rape ideology was forming around such Welschian notions as the personal is political, and, as Bevacqua summarizes it, an understanding of male dominance as a total system, with rape considered a political problem that functions to keep women subordinate to men. A popular anti-rape poster of the day contained the slogan, "Disarm rapists, smash sexism." But the connection between racial oppression and sexual oppression would continue to linger beneath the surface as the anti-rape movement developed in the United States. When Susan Brown Miller began working with anti-rape groups, she too thought rape was a myth. She told Bevacqua in 1996 that the typical liberal left position of those days held that rape was a false accusation by a white woman against a black man down south. As Bevacqua details it, publications such as Eldridge Cleaver's 1968 Soul on Ice further complicated that early discussion of rape. The civil rights revolutionary admitted to an antagonistic, ruthless attitude toward white women, and to having made a conscious decision to become a rapist by way of expressing his fury at the oppression of blacks. He began, he says, by practicing on black girls in the ghetto, and later crossed the tracks and sought out white prey. 295. Rape, he explains, was an insurrectionary act. It delighted me that I was defying and trampling upon the white man's law, upon his system of values, and that I was defiling his women. This latter achievement was particularly satisfying to him since he was very resentful over the historical fact of how the white man has used the black woman. I felt I was getting revenge. Although he does say that, by the time he wrote Soul, he had come to think better of such strategies, few readers heard that renunciation. The vast popularity of Cleaver's book accomplished several things, few of them productive. Some white male leftists failed to understand the gender issues at stake in his pro-rape thesis, and embraced the hypermasculinist sentiment as validation of the propenal sexual liberation. Some white feminists responded as if their greatest fears had been validated, men of color were targeting them for brutality. Some African American feminists said that the rapes of black women were, again, being lost in the black male/white woman paradigm. Indeed, Cleaver's decision to practice his personal anti-racist revolution first on black women indicates clearly that he took racism to be a far more pressing concern than sexism. This atmosphere was the setting for Brown Miller's nascent research. Her first task was to delineate the myths surrounding rape, many of them racial. Through her work, Brown Miller learned that rape charges were not always false, and that rape happened to all kinds of women, serving patriarchy by constraining female sexuality and autonomy by keeping all women in fear. In moving perhaps too far beyond race-specific myths, Brown Miller's landmark work Against Our Will has been criticized for its failure to address race matters. Her thesis stumbles, Alison Edwards writes, on a strategy that posited women's liberation as isolated from the fight against all other forms of oppression. Susan Griffin has also criticized Brown Miller for insisting that rape is about violence, not sex. It's not a question of being either, Griffin argues, but instead both, inseparable. A 1970s radical movement that took as its battle cry "Sisterhood is powerful" was inclined, then, to neglect the relevant differences between, say, black sisters and white sisters. Some movement historians insist that women of color were active in anti-rape work. The first woman to direct a rape crisis center, for instance, was Nkaj. 296. Turi and activists like Loretta Ross told Bevacqua that they were frequently accused of not being feminist enough for the mostly white feminist community and not being black enough for the black community. But other historians report that women of color did not respond to white anti-rape activism. Angela Davis wrote in 1990 that the anti-rape movement neglected to interrogate the history of rape charges against black men, and failed to develop an analysis of rape that acknowledged the social conditions that foster sexual violence as well as the centrality of racism in determining those social conditions. Further, Davis argued, women of color worried that a successful anti-rape movement would disproportionately imperil men of color, who are more frequently convicted of rape even though most rape is intraracial. Indeed, as Bevacqua reports, feminists led by Ruth Bader Ginsburg went to the Supreme Court in 1977 to argue that using the death penalty in rape convictions was cruel and unusual punishment. They did so primarily out of fear that the death penalty would make it harder to get convictions in rape cases. But when they did so, they argued opportunistically, one might say that the harshest rape sentences went unfairly to black men. Today, anti-rape legislation owes part of its existence to race matters. In 1970, the majority of U.S. citizens knew little about rape as a social issue, and concerned themselves almost not at all with its prevention. By 1980, anti-rape legislation had been written and passed, self-defense classes were commonplace, rape crisis centers had been founded in most large cities, and public discussion of rape was widespread. Bevacqua credits the network created by the women's movement with the lightning-fast acceptance of this feminist concern. But it is also true, she says, that the anti-rape movement happened to collide historically with the law and order agenda introduced by conservatives in the late 1960s. In the context of a civil rights uprising occasionally accompanied by violence, it wasn't difficult to convince middle-class whites that a crime wave had begun, and that their personal safety was at risk even though most violent crime remains, again, intraracial. White fright was fueled so successfully that by the 1990s, even liberals had to take up the tough on crime banner. Anti-rape activists forged an uneasy alliance with law and order proponents like Senator Charles Mathias, who sponsored a 1974 bill to establish the National Center for the Prevention and Control of Rape. 297. Since 1973, much anti-rape legislation has been sponsored or co-sponsored by Republican anti-crime legislators, even though the justifications for Republican involvement have often been paternalistic, rather than pro-feminist. Rape activists have not suffered this happily, and have often been forced to compromise their radical agenda to get pro-victim legislation passed. For instance, some government agencies have refused to cooperate with rape crisis centers unless the centers require victims to participate in prosecutions, a choice one would think we could all agree should be left to each individual victim. And as we saw with the 15th and 19th Amendments, an alliance that exploits one oppression to benefit another is bound to be fraught. In the 1990s, Bevacqua reports, the alliance with tough-on-crime legislators was shaken by the Violence Against Women Act. The bill was written and sponsored by Senator Joseph Biden, addressed domestic violence and rape, and brought sexual violence under the umbrella of civil rights law by allowing civil suits against rapists who, a victim might argue, were gender-motivated to rape. The most radical of the sexual violence laws, it took 4 years to pass and was vilified by the conservative right, as well as by the American Civil Liberties Union, which protested that it is impossible to tell whether, when a woman is battered or raped, said violence is the result of gender discrimination. All of which has taught us, here in the third wave of feminism, that we need to smash more than sexism in order to disarm rapists. If civil rights legislators, and U.S. citizens, were to understand race oppression, gender oppression, economic oppression, and oppression of gays and lesbians as interrelated, interdependent manifestations of a patriarchal superstructure, one Civil Rights Act would have been enough, and marginalized groups would not now be reduced to competing with each other to benefit separate constituencies. And the superstructure would be that much closer to history. Digression the ninth. I don't like the term third wave feminism. The basic tenets of the third wave, that the exploitation and control of race, gender, class, sexuality, the four winds are interconnected, interreliant, are not. 298. Four separate winds but one careening killer cyclone, and that none will be conquered so long as anyone remains spinning. This sentiment has been a part of feminism, in some fashion, right along. The tenets of third wave feminism have been easy to ignore right along, because our leaders codified and institutionalized a divide and conquer strategy, kept the 15th Amendment separate from the 19th, thus forcing men of color, women of color, white women, gays, the working classes, and the disabled to fight each other for the improvement of their own status, and to fight each alone for the improvement of their own status relative to white, upper-class heterosexual men, not to fight for some alternative social structure that might be more complementary than competitive. Which brings us back to those feudal struggles for equality. Why settle for an equal piece of an oppressive pie, when, together, we might achieve a whole new kind of American pie? This is how divisiveness perpetuates the status quo, and such divisiveness will remain until, again, we all understand a forgotten history. Gerda Lerner, in her 1986 classic, The Creation of Patriarchy, argues that the exploitation and control of race, gender, class, sexuality, the four winds, were born at the same moment, approximately 5,000 years ago. The development of the concept of private property, and the shift to an agricultural economy, required the attendant development of a pool of peoples, controllable by emerging landowners, required bodies whose labor could be exploited to the profit of the landowner. Women themselves became a resource, acquired by men much as the land was acquired by men, Lerner writes. The commodification of women, making of women a thing that could be bought and sold, with a bride price attached, may very well represent the first accumulation of private property. And once acquired, women's sexuality had to be controlled, by chastity and compulsive heterosexuality, to secure the property interests of the owners, the fathers, brothers, and husbands of the prized, the owned. She further asserts that landowners first practiced enslavement on the women and children whose familial bodies were immediately available for control. By experimenting with the enslavement of women and children, Lerner writes, men learned to understand that all human beings have the potential for tolerating enslavement, and they developed the techniques and forms of enslavement which would enable them to make of their absolute dominance a social. 299. Institution. In the early days of slavery, in all known societies, captured women were enslaved while captured men were killed. It was only after men had learned how to enslave the women of groups who could be defined as strangers, that they learned how to enslave men of these groups and, later, subordinates within their own society. Thus, the enslavement of women, combining both racism and sexism, preceded the formation of classes and class oppression. Racism and sexism, for Lerner, need to be addressed as if they are the twin relics of barbarism. But whether we agree that gender and race oppression are the foundation from which other oppressions arise, we must understand genocide as being irrevocably linked to genocidal rape. Neither makes much sense without an understanding of the other. Or, as Lerner puts it, patriarchy as a system is historical, it has a beginning in history. If that is so, it can be ended by historical process. Digression the last. beginnings, middles, ends. All I can do, is to tell about them. And so we return finally to the focal question of this book: how must history change? For instance, should a national historic site be built on the Bear River Massacre field? And if it should we include the story of the rape that followed the murders? In October 2000, Congress voted in support of a national historic site to be built on the field of the Sand Creek Massacre, here in Colorado. As noted, the trajectory of the fight to establish the Sand Creek Massacre site followed closely that of the fight to establish a Bear River Massacre site. Grassroots activation, support from nearby Arapaho and Cheyenne peoples, a National Park Service study, disinformation spread by white opponents, resulting in white fright that land was being taken and given back, and limited discussion of the sexual mutilation that punctuated the murders. Why Sand Creek and not its predecessor, Bear River? Also, as noted, Senator Ben Nighthorse Gamble was committed to the legislation. 300. His party colleague, Senator Larry Craig, shares no such commitment. This is what history is. Politics. Perhaps I should tell you something about my perfect historical world, there can be no final say. In his 1914 poem Mowing, Robert Frost writes, "The fact is the sweetest dream that labor knows." Desperately seeking facts, I pick up Bernard Grunn's translation and expansion of Werner Stein's Kulturfahrplan, the massive timetables of history. My father gave me the 1991 third edition for Christmas some years back. It follows the general outlines of the founding of the United States. For instance, 1619, first Negro slaves in America arrive in Virginia. The year 1637 has a strange mention of the most horrific massacre in U.S. history, destruction of Pequod Fort, Con. From this entry the reader is unable to conclude that about 500 Pequot were killed in the Mystic Massacre by colonists led by Major John Mason. Nor of course that survivors were enslaved. This cryptic entry is odd not least because of this later item. 1650, beginning of extermination of N. Amer. Indian. Okay, so it's off by 13 years. 1683 reads, Peace Treaty between William Penn and N. American Indians. Really? All of the N. American Indians. 1862 contains no mention of the Dakota War. 1863 contains no mention of the Bear River Massacre. 1864 reads, Massacre of the Cheyenne and Arapaho Indians at Sand Creek, Colorado. Sitting Bull's birth date is noted, but nothing else. No mention of Crazy Horse. Oddly, the Wounded Knee Massacre is not recorded, but the second siege at Wounded Knee, in 1973, is reported. No mention of the Resmas or Leonard Peltier. As for the LDS Church, 1830 notes the founding of Mormonism, 1846 reports the exodus from Nauvoo, 1847 the founding of Salt Lake City, and 1885 the split between polygynists and monogamists. And of course the history of women of all colors and creeds is largely absent. Grun does not reflect the whole body of academic history, but this level of confusion and inconsistent selection does reflect the average. 301. U.S. citizens' understanding of timetables. And here my friend, the Canadian poet Barbara Schott, steps in to translate Kulturfahrplan for me. Kultur means culture, Fahrenheit means to drive, plan means, plan, specifically a time plan, a German train station, Barbara says, posts a Fahrplan, or schedule. So a Kulturfahrplan, which Grun translates as timetable of history, is a schedule of the culture, and as we have seen, history sometimes arrives late on the cultural platform. Howard Zinn's work, A People's History of the United States, 1492, present, confirms the arbitrary nature of the scheduling. History is the memory of states, he writes, quoting Henry Kissinger. But nations are not communities and never have been. The history of any country, presented as the history of a family, conceals fierce conflicts of interest between conquerors and conquered, masters and slaves, capitalists and workers, dominators and dominated in race and sex. Narratives told from the viewpoint of leaders. Ignoring the millions who suffered from those statesmen's policies are subject to a nationalist distortions in describes as ideological. So history is political as hell. This is not a fresh observation. In the 1980s and 1990s, the primary battlefields for our culture wars were literary studies and history. And why not? It makes sense that as we begin to re-evaluate ourselves, we take a hard look at the stories we tell as well as the language we use to tell them. As Leslie Marmon Silko wrote in Ceremony, stories are all we have to fight off illness and death. So they try to destroy the stories, let the stories be confused or forgotten. They would like that, they would be happy because we would be defenseless then. In more academic terms, June Namias agrees, the more we know about our early migrations and the meeting of people along the cultural boundaries that made up the earliest frontiers, the better chance we have to know the origins of our hopes and fears and perhaps deal with each other more humanely. 302. Indeed, the controllers of our culture work damn hard to control our narratives. So in an age of cultural reflection, we begin there. Now we, as a culture, have only to respond to the results of that reflection. An initial result has been the sense so many of us share that something is wrong with history. For instance, I return to Siobhan Senior's concern, how does simply telling a story result in collective action? What's wrong with history? Please indulge a language worker's take. Patricia Nelson Limerick's landmark 1987 book The Legacy of Conquest, The Unbroken Past of the American West illustrates how academic territoriality and competition led to those categorizations and oversimplifications that are the burdens of history. She and others sought a new era of history making, one inclusive of multiple points of view. This was a good thing, but we could perhaps not anticipate then that many of the newly included voices would assimilate, would tell new stories, but in old ways. As Oneida Maranto has suggested, inclusion is not always about self-definition. That is, history opened its doors to previously excluded members, but expected those new members to accommodate history's ways. Historical discourse did not change significantly. Nowadays, it's old history, bogged down by new categories. Identity, however hybridized by more theoretical inquiry, persists as the basis upon which new research will be conducted. Historian A will work on the history of a history of marginalized peoples, but since the history of A is motivated by the identification of these peoples as such, historian A need not account for the history of B. What Limerick and others had hoped for was complication of the political, cultural, etc., but the new categories have resulted instead in new simplifications. The African American history guy still isn't working with the gay history guy, etc., and both still use the same old discourse. Even with the advent of the new historicism, a development abetted by us leakreaders, and ethnographers, anthropologists, and linguists, and the substitution of more self-reflexive narrative accounts for the objectively grand meta-narratives of the past, history persists as a set of specialized and subspecialized language practices. And these practices are still executed by a highly individualized expert. Nothing 303 is better suited to lead to a repetition of the past, writes Hayden White in 1982, than a study of it that is either reverential or convincingly objective in the way that conventional historical studies tend to be. It becomes incumbent upon us to imagine a corresponding discourse and work to institute it. Such a discourse might take fuller stock of the teller of historical tales, that subjective subject position with which historians such as White have often been preoccupied. Which is to say, the making of history begins and ends with the historian. Here's one thing that concerns me, reading their works, we have no way of divining the personal biases of most historians, especially those employing traditional historical rhetoric. Consider Brigham D. Madsen and David L. Bigler for a moment. Both take great pains in their works to avoid editorializing. Bigler is especially careful to qualify all assertions about the veracity of the Book of Mormon. Author biographies generally provide little illumination of possible conflicts of interest. So readers are left to wonder whether the objectivity claimed in such careful diction does indeed exist. And as we have seen, there's much in a name. Poor Brigham Madson's first name plagues his credibility. It is too bad that historical conventions don't permit him to say something like, "Cut me a break, folks, I've lapsed." With Bigler, the problem continues, though only for those who've read widely in Mormon history. For instance, is he related to Henry Bigler, the Mormon battalion vet who built Sutter's Mill? Or is he related to Jacob Bigler, Bishop of Nephi, who helped fan the Reformation flames in 1856 and was later indicted for his role in the Mountain Meadows Massacre? But having named a given perspective, does it necessarily follow that we know anything more about the bias of the individual? I continue to be apprehensive about my own biases, by the fact that I must dispute May Timbimba Perry's assertion that the rape did not happen, not least since the dictates of identity politics have it that it's not my story to expose anyway. Perhaps you will find this interesting. I attempted to apply for a summer travel grant from the National Endowment for the Humanities. 304. Ties to support the research necessary for this book. But I could not find 3 academic historians willing to write a letter in support of this work. I could not find one. Why? I am not a historian. Consequently, it was felt, this would not be history. Also, I am not Native American. Consequently, it was felt, this would not be Native American history. I also could not find 3 literary studies folks to write, either. This isn't textual analysis. It's history. Well, okay, they may have had other reasons, I concede this. But I did find Tamise Van Pelt's apartment. A white chick community-supported anti-disciplinary research grant. What I learned from writing this book, their story is my story. My people did it, not theirs. Unlike Allie Hansen and Helen Hunt Jackson, I don't tell this story for them. Assuming that I can accept the foundational premise that there is a them, well then, I tell this story for us. Of course I have the right to tell the story of the Bear River Massacre and rape. It's my story too. If white women authors of various captivity narratives can help recapture the narratives of the violent encounters between European Americans and natives, of course we should. But we must take vigilant care that we don't also recapture our own history of prejudice and oversight. Moranto's critique of the politics of inclusion is affirmed in the extremely complicated case of the Bear River Massacre and rape. Let's consider, Allie Hansen feels a lack of gratitude from the Northwestern Shoshone for whom she has labored to tell their story. So does Brigham Madson. But let's look at this, as a man, and as an educated man, Madson could build an academic career on this story. He could be appointed tribal historian. He held that official position which Jackson found to be much more effective than the role of sideline storyteller. Hansen can build no such career. Her work has cost her income, not supplemented it. As a member of the merchant middle class, uneducated formally, she hasn't Madson's social clout. Meanwhile, across town, Kathy Griffin activates as another white woman. She would like to have the story more fully told for visitors, but not so fully as to cost other whites their income from that land. What are the differences between her and Hansen? Within the caste system of Preston, Idaho, Hansen ranks more highly. She has more 305 clout in the community as a whole. As an autodidact, she has pursued her intellectual leanings further than has Griffin, not least because she has had the leisure time and the class-specific motivation to do so. And yet, in the face of these vast divisions of class and ideology, these two women manage to live in the same small town, participating in the same small religious community and get along. 3 Mormon women, Allie Hansen, Kathy Griffin, and May Perry, held together by a finely knitted lace of alliances and fissures for Mormon people, Allie Hansen, Kathy Griffin, May Perry and Brigham Madson. Together, a community of various knowledges, various trainings, various educations, various leanings. 5 Mormon people, Ali Hansen, Kathy Griffin, May Perry, Brigham Madsen and Curtis Warner. Add Kittis's small son Tyler, and you see the future. Or, you see a future. All 5 feel called to tell a story. 1 story, 5 stories, myriad stories, and agenda. Together, these stories become miraculously complex. Ali Hansen and Kathy Griffin both insist that there are 2 sides to the story. Would it were that simple? Meanwhile, everyone I talked to at the Park Service, about the work to develop the historic site at the Bear River Massacre field, advised me to talk with Ali Hansen. Ali Hansen, Ali Hansen. Catherine Spud did refer me to Curtis Warner. But no one mentioned Kathy Griffin. No one mentioned May Perry. No one suggested I contact Madsen. I was impelled to contact him out of my own academic class prerogative, me PhD, you Ph.D. Thus does history's recent politics of inclusion collapse at the entryway. Inclusion still suggests a finite product, an enclosed place where all will be welcomed, a commodified pie that can be equally divided, rather than a structural process by which we recognize difference as well as similarity. Do we have a vocabulary for that recognition, for that process? But is it just about vocabulary? In her book Looking White People in the Eye, Shireen Razak urges an academic politics of accountability, and refutes Helen Hunt Jackson's assumption that we may find justice simply by knowing more about each other. We need to direct our efforts to the conditions of calm. 306. Communication and knowledge production that prevail, calculating not only who can speak and how they are likely to be heard but also how we know what we know and the interest we protect through our knowing. Would our society accept an intellectual community whose primary concern would be to inquire into the interest we protect through our knowing? Not without a new way of understanding bias and self-interest, the interest of the individual historian as well as that of the wider culture. Then too, there's the heart/mind divide that rules academic history. Ali Hansen is dead right about women being the keepers of emotional history. Indeed, what choice have we had? Jackson discovered quickly that women, even white, upper-class, heterosexual women, were not permitted to lobby a story, to berate their officials. Jackson and Hansen both win personal admirers with their persistence and dedication, but it is easier for a white male, for a Madsen, to profit professionally publicly though still at great personal cost. Jackson immediately found that women profit far more from telling a personal, emotional story. Manly tones for women are, even today, viewed with suspicion. Meanwhile, gender expectations cut both ways. My students read Madsen's book and complain of its lack of emotion. Apparently, manly talk is also boring. Even though Madsen's prose is lovely, lilting, containing the faintest drop of disparaging self-deprecation, you can tell, he's reining himself in, choking the hold, gripping his biases, going only as far as he thinks he can get away with, which isn't very far. Would it be possible to make a history that contains the manly facts, the statistical record as we perceive it for the moment, and the emotional, the personal? Would it be possible to make a history that contains all 5 stories, in 5 different ways of telling them, with the full presence of all 5 narrators? With a politics of self-definition and accountability, would it be possible also to seek a politics of syncretism? When 2 cultures meet, efflorescence, dramatic changes in both discrete cultures is usually the result. Historians have documented the more 307 obvious changes that manifested in native culture, but have downplayed the many changes, catalogued by Jack Weatherford in Indian Givers, How the Indians of the Americas Transformed the World, that manifested in European culture. What the United States has most stubbornly resisted is syncretism, the development of a third culture that blends the two. In the United States, according to Ali Hansen, natives must change, natives must be educated. Not us. To this day we refuse to concede, white settlers are the problem. When I talked with May Timbimba Perry on the phone before visiting with her, She told me that the name Timbimbo translates in English to people who write on rocks. Right how? We must continue to examine the linguistic issues at play here, the competing discourse practices, or ways we talk to one another, to consider the limits on what can be said, as well as new possibilities of articulation. I am myself a culprit. Look at the language I employed in part 1 of this book, my attempt to lay out the broad historical landscape of the Bear River Massacre and rape. Without even thinking about it, I fell quickly into the stylistics common to the disciplines we call anthropology, geology, history. Notice the distant tone, as if I have nothing to do with what I'm writing about, and as if that distance somehow mitigates my subjectivity and guarantees my objectivity. Notice the certainty with which I write about things 140 years old, and 140 million years old, as if I really know what I'm talking about. Notice the many passive verbs. Meat could be had from groundhog. Sagebrush was woven. The chastity of a number of women was defiled by force, some of them were strapped to benches and repeatedly ravished. Permit me to linger on this latter. Julia Penelope has pointed out, in Speaking Freely, a 1990 study of the gendered nature of language, that rape is almost always described using passive voice. Jane was raped. Who raped Jane? Who bears responsibility? It is mighty rare indeed to hear, John raped Jane. At best we might say, Jane was raped by John. And that syntax has an important impact. We may hear then that John was the culprit, but since we say so in passive voice, it seems as if Jane is the subject of the verb was raped, as if Jane is the responsible agent here. As in, Jane got herself raped. It's subtle, but unmistakable. 308. Your high school English teacher may have encouraged you to avoid passive phrases like mistakes were made. And yet they dominate our public discourse, especially in reference to sensitive issues. Accuracy. Passive verbs do not facilitate accuracy, which nonetheless is the obsession of European American historians like Madsen and Hansen. Accuracy, we white academics believe, can be found in books. Madsen and Hansen leap up regularly to consult books to provide accuracy in reporting. Meanwhile, when I ask May Perry for the date of the meeting about calling the battle a massacre, she shares none of my journalistic impulses to provide accuracy. I press her for the accurate date and she responds as if I am a nuisance. And clearly I am. What is the use of knowing the exact date the damn incident was renamed? The salient point is that there was a great deal of conflict over its naming. The salient point is that we renamed the incident appallingly recently, long after we knew better. The salient point is that naming is the most powerful tool a culture has for controlling opinion and information. Who the hell cares what day it happened? Missing also in my discussion of orality, among other complexities, the story, from the perspective of bear hunters' descendants. Expertise, another concept that greatly concerns Ali Hansen and Curtis Warner. Expertise is needed for gathering oral tales. I am not expert in oral collection, and I leave that work to those who are, hoping that this book will establish the need for collecting narratives by bear hunters' descendants, as well as narratives about the rape. But when I and Hansen and Warner express anxiety about expertise, who has it, how to get it, we're dealing with a white notion. A European-American academic idea that knowledge is something that can be boxed and bagged, like potatoes in the produce section of your grocery, bought, carted home, owned, manipulated, used against others to control opinion and information. Our worship of expertise contradicts Warner's other idea, his vision of the story as something to which all contribute. Of story as community property. Community process. Scholarly citation practices are a great example of this problem. Most narratives like this one, which aspire to interest scholars while remaining accessible to fellow citizens, narratives such as Matheson's In the Spirit of Crazy Horse, James Welch's Killing Custer, and Fergus Bordewich's Killing the White Man's Indian, are spared the academic rigmarole of footnoting. In fairness, allow me to note that these works, 309, were all published by trade presses. Note also, these are all male authors. In The Legacy of Conquest, Patricia Nelson Limerick uses footnotes. It too was published by a trade press. I struggled with whether to spare you said footnotes. As Paul Metcalf has written apropos of his poetic historical work, I was, and am, averse to attaching little burrs at the bottom of each page, referring to notes at the back. This would have broken the flow, the rhythms. For me, these burrs do worse than that. They suggest a formality of discourse, an expertise which all along I have been attempting to subvert. Most important, they imply an accuracy I cannot abide. If you don't believe me, a footnote suggests, look it up. I have to be right. How are footnotes used in academic circles? Occasionally, they serve the actual purpose of referring the interested to other sources of information. But all too often, they are used as weapons of intellectual combat. The writer is required to support each and every assertion with said burr, at which point the opponent runs to the library to check each and every source, disallowing them as unauthoritative if the slightest glitch in erroneous date, page number, etc. rears its ugly foot. Your expert is no good. The opponent cries. You misquoted your source. You're misapplying theory. Your shoes don't fit. Please note, I was advised to use footnotes by colleagues who reminded me that, as a woman, I am more likely to be subjected to such a round of footnote fire. The same thing happens with bibliographies, which are scoured by opponents for absences. You did not read X. You missed the discussion of Y. You stole the wording of Z and forgot to cite her. Translation: my box of knowledge ammunition is bigger than yours. You're outgunned. Outmanned. If I burr up and participate in that game, how can I undermine its racist/sexist/elitist system of rewarding the individual competitor? Mainly I enact a new concept of knowledge, one that emphasizes process rather than history as widget. Error as a notion can only be paramount if I view expertise as product. What if I just assume 310 that error is part of my contribution to this process, and invite other contributions, by knowledge workers who begin by accepting the spirit of my contribution, then work to add to, not detract from, our mutual process of community understanding? Now, I don't mean to suggest that I won't eschew error, or that all dialogue about research is bad, or that we should not complain, for instance, about that study that proved lesbians typically have short index fingers. But I do mean to suggest that collegiality, the notion that scholars work together to develop a community consensus on, say, how to treat cancer, is often a combative arena that cares little about the community it pretends to serve. Scholarship is more frequently an individual industry of autonomously conceived agents modeled on the competitive marketplace, rather than on the common good. Then too, there is the question of selection. In a culture addicted to three-act movies and pulp novel page-turners, historians and non-fiction writers often borrow novelistic devices to keep their reading publics entertained. Unfortunately, the novels from which they steal devices are those written in traditional form. It's hard to blame them. Publishing conglomerates have all but eliminated the distribution of avant-garde fiction. Most readers, including most fiction writers, don't know that alternative fiction exists and has existed in various forms for 300 years. Which is not to say that historical narratives are thoroughly chronological. Actually, historians rarely present things in order, they skip all over, grouping related events and relegating the less important to one of two verb tenses, past and future. As in, something had just happened there. And the choice of traditional story structure is a selection too. For instance, ending the history of the Northwestern Shoshone at the massacre erases the tribe's current struggle for recognition, which then erases our nation's obligation to support them, or provide them with land, or whatever they decide they need to recuperate themselves. 311. Certainly immediate judicial attention should be paid to the question of what happened to the lands around Malad 60 years ago. In sum, the literary forms history has borrowed from the novel are poor enactments of who we are and where our responsibilities lie. We need a different kind of new history. I'm naive, I know, but I was shocked to hear that a man sits in an office in Washington, D.C., and decides whether a historical event will be called a battle or a massacre. I was shocked to hear that historical documents, like the one penned by Sergeant William Beach, and found at an estate sale in 1997, are considered private property. Are owned by their finders. Are traded for other documents more valuable to the finder, or for cash, or can be kept hidden from the community if the owner so chooses. I was shocked to hear that institutional and governmental entities have the ability and the right to keep certain people they don't like away from historical documents they don't want them to see. I was shocked that the sorts of programmatic tactics used to keep me from teaching radical literatures are also used to keep lapsed members like Brigham Madsen out of the church archives so crucial to his work, which work is crucial to us all. I was shocked to discover that on behalf of the citizens of this country, the National Park Service can decide what our history is going to be, but also that they can prepare to, after all this time, finally make history in Preston, Idaho, and that one man in the Senate can stop them. Okay, 4 men, since any of Idaho's congressional representatives could submit the legislation. Or, okay, the people of one state, since they elected these guys to represent them. Shocked I tell you. This is one of the drawbacks of capitalist, democratic realities. History expertise, access to information. History is something that can be owned by an individual, a group, an institution. Indeed, as the Shoshone observe regarding the National Park Service proposal, history is profitable. History equals tourism equals cash. I am not a historian. This book, as I've said, is primarily a tertiary work. I get most of my information from other people who have studied primary works and presented their conclusions in secondary works based on those primary works. I am not a historian. I am a novelist. Worse, a postmodern novelist, with one book of experimental prose to my credit which most novelists will refuse to call fiction. Any historian can tell you we postmodern writers are the devil in blue jeans. As Tim Woods has written, postmodern fiction reveals the past as always ideologically and discursively constructed. As a language worker, and like the new historicists, I see history, the aggregate of secondary and tertiary works, as itself a narrative subject to literary analysis. And as a feminist writer, I practice interdisciplinarity, utilizing the products of anthropologists, archaeologists, behaviorists, geologists, historians, linguists, sociologists. My interest lies in the effects these products' stories have on peoples. On us. I hope to reassure Siobhan Senior, when we tell new stories in new, subversive terms disruptive to oppressive systems, that is a collective action. To enable our collective accountability, we need a history fully accountable to us, to how it is made for us. Of course, we each have a hand in this making, materially, personally, institutionally, culturally. Not a history that encourages passivity from an individual reader, but one that requires our participation. A history that is a flip book, inert unless the reader picks it up and actively directs it. Seen in this light, this book is but a baby step towards such child's play. I am not a historian, and I am not an Indian reformer. It is not my sense that Helen Hunt Jackson was, either. It does not seem that her primary endeavor was the reforming of Indians. Her concern was the reform of United States policy toward natives. Her concern was the relationship between her race and the native race. That is, our treatment of them, or as Elizabeth Cady Stanton might have said, our treatment of us, since we do, let's face it, treat the ourselves precisely as we treat the thems. Ida B. Wells and Virginia Woolf taught us this, too. Any form of dominating across the continent is a trial run for another form of dominating down the hall, behind closed doors. And vice versa. We also need historians trained in the subversive art of hearing silence, detecting the not said. Darlene Clark Hine has written about a 313 culture of dissemblance pervading female slave narratives, and Henry Louis Gates, Jr. has applied to African American literatures the analogy of masking common in African traditions. On the one hand, a subordinated culture wants the powerful culture to know something about them, by way of asserting legitimacy, but on the other hand, giving away that information is to give away power to the already powerful. Does May Perry dissemble when she says the rape could not have happened? Not consciously. Does the National Park Service dissemble when they decline to include Madson's evidence about the rape? Very consciously. With good intentions, yet no less unfortunately, in my view. But that which the feminist me hears in Perry's story as cultural denial, well, it might not be that exactly. Why lay claim to yet another horror, another suffering, when this one can be relegated to mere speculation? Genocide has an undeniable result, bones are ultimately unearthed. And why should I recuperate that which leaves behind but the skeleton of a conflict so remote from my own heritage? Because it didn't happen just to your people. If you are we. Since that is the last great frontier of categorization, you/me. Because, with the postmodern collapse of category, it happens/is happening to me too. Or, if you prefer your homilies in subtler, 19th century trappings, here is Walt Whitman, the final line from Song of Myself. I stop somewhere waiting for you. And yet we must acknowledge, no, we can ever be all-encompassing, not to the point of eradicating all difference. If it happened to me, it happened in a different way. Very different. In a 1998 interview with CBS Sunday Morning, Sherman Alexie said that he is both Native and American both. Lorelei D. Oro Means, a founder of WARN, insists that we are American Indian women, in that order, but if she considers herself Indian before woman, surely she does not consider herself American before Indian. From this, we see how complicated this question of order is. Which oppressive system is first in order? A nationalist, post-9/11 America that denies the existence of hyphenated peoples? A sexist. 314. An racist American society that circumscribes a subset of sexist Indian society? Clearly, the various oppressive systems are intertwined. How Alexie mixes these two and Means mixes these three, since inevitably they must be mixed, what with all the conquering that's been going on here, how they mix these is entirely up to them. It's not just a question of assimilating or not assimilating. Communitism is a term coined by Jace Weaver, who combined community and activism to assert a proactive commitment to Native community, including the wider community. This idea is possibly more radical than traditionalism, which yearns, perhaps impossibly, to re-establish a pre-invasion lifeway. The strength of indigenous cultures has always been the capacity to adapt useful aspects of other lifeways into the practices of the moment, by which we don't have to mean assimilation. Carol Batker has written that Native women journalists of the early 20th century may have utilized dominant language practices, but they did so as part of a complex negotiation between native and non-native practices that suggests cultural dynamism rather than cultural loss as a paradigm for assimilation. Cultural dynamism. The part of me that is not them begs out of this discussion. How Native nations decide to resolve the inherent conflicts between traditionalists and modernizers, and between the desire for sovereignty, and dependence on the U.S. government's trust obligation, is up to them. What we need to do, seek ways to support those ways. Get the hell out of the lifeway. Thus, accountable, dynamic, self-determination. However that self is defined by that self. To my we, I have to ask, cultural dynamism a two-way street? Might we have something to learn as well? Adaptations to perform. Take the test put before you by Curtis Warner and Ward Churchill: am I willing to give the land back to the people we conquered? My own answer, I regret to say, is, well, some of it. Which I'm sure does not satisfy Warner and Churchill. What does that make me? While we're on the subject, conquer. Naming is vitally important to our understanding of relations. 315. In their 1999 book Tribes, Treaties, and Constitutional Tribulations, Vine Deloria, Jr. and David E. Wilkins argue that the United States did not conquer native nations. Instead, they established and enjoyed a largely peaceful treaty relation with most of the peoples they encountered here. Now, this may sound like the semantic splitting of hairs, but Deloria and Wilkins have a good point. So many U.S. citizens justify the encroachment on native sovereignty by arguing that we conquered them, and to the victor go the spoils. But we have a treaty arrangement, which followed military struggle, with both Canada and Mexico, and our contemporary popular lexicon does not tend to describe these nations as conquered by us. We do not regularly question the location of our borders with these nations. We squabble with them over immigration, we spat about such things as water rights, and we do work to assimilate them to our life ways, but it has not occurred to us of late to try to manipulate them legally in order to confiscate more of their land or natural resources. Deloria and Wilkins point out that two things threaten the sovereignty of native nations: the fact that their borders are surrounded on all sides by a predatory and far more powerful nation, and the fact that the citizens of that predatory nation routinely dismiss, in their discourse, the existence of that treated sovereignty in the first place. History must choose its terms carefully, lest a lack of care result in a difference that degrades and endangers us. And since we are not perpetually assured of that care, we realize that we need a new kind of reader of history, one with the fortitude to consider the terms of the history she is given. Among other things, we readers of history need a renewed patience. For instance, if you have read this far, you probably best understand the terms of this different kind of investment, the active, critical, perhaps even frustrated reading required to get this damn book to pay off for you. The punchline, I know, has been some time in coming. For which I do not apologize, even as I appreciate your hanging in there with me. History must choose its terms carefully, lest a lack of care result in a difference that degrades and endangers us. There is only one major assertion, one major vision, that Perry, Hansen, Madsen, Griffin, and Warner all hold in common. 316. A national, cultural acceptance of the story of the Bear River Massacre will have the result of unifying the many, disparate peoples affected by this story. Which is to say, collective action leading from the cultural acceptance of the story of the Bear River Massacre and rape could lead to redemption. Can history really do that? Words. Networks. As the people who live in Preston can tell you, history is place. In capitalism, place is property. And as Curtis Warner and Ward Churchill would have it, property is parity. So, they say, the acquisition of equitable property results in the acquisition of equitable history. Repeating, Timbimba means people who write on rocks. And I do find myself tempted to applaud this sort of monumentalizing. But I support Gerda Lerner's assertion that the oppression of sexed and raced peoples was born of private property. I would go on to argue that part of what is wrong with history is public property. The National Park Service is a government agency that organizes our nationalist impulse to write on rocks. Once it is set in stone, then, we privilege those rock texts over our continuing community learning. In this way, place public property becomes part of the systemic impulse that would perpetuate oppression. Remember the Alamo Massacre. Most of the historical monuments that exist in the United States are really monuments to our refusal to hear. Our refusal to be held accountable, to change. Which is to say that, years after we learned from Lerner that racism and sexism are the same killer storm, and years after we learned from Brown Miller that the intersection of racism and sexism is a violent meeting place, and around the same time that we decide to prosecute rape as a war crime despite all this learning, and at that same moment, we still propose to build yet another monument to a rigid, archaic prevarication, that rape has not been the inexorable partner of genocide. We propose to take the private property, make it public property, and write upon this property the lie that began with property. I'm not sure Churchill and Warner are right when they suggest that land equals parity. Equals sovereignty. 317. It does, I see, but only in the context of this capitalist society that values individuals and groups according to their landed assets. Do Warner and Churchill really want to buttress that context by participating in it? Isn't there a still wider revolution to be fought here? Does writing on rocks by a nation or by a people deter our truth tours? What can history do? All I can do, is to tell about them, Helen Hunt Jackson writes. Every time the story is told, something changes, Sherman Alexie writes. Jackson's friend Ralph Waldo Emerson writes, speak what you think now in hard words and tomorrow speak what tomorrow thinks in hard words again, though it contradict everything you said today. In 1985 Madsen felt he had evidence of 50 bodies left bleeding in the river, making the total dead 250, now he feels it was 80. This was plus some women. We've added a drowned child. Tomorrow it will be? History is not always in a place, or in the rocks. As Heraclitus said of life, history may be a river. It is a current of learning, of flux, of tides and floods and drought. We happen to be cursed with interesting times. We live in a moment in the United States that is marked by a flood of learning about learning, an uprooting of the stubborn verities we still call departments of English and history. Goes for the sciences too. But even with all this learning, history still gathers its forces one raindrop at a time. History is for the babies, the children, the ones we were not forced to drown, who must learn not to drown, and how not to be drowned. Oblige me by not beginning, Gertrude Stein wrote. Also by not ending. History begins and ends with the historian, and historians are the products of a culture that fails to acknowledge the fact that process is an ongoing part of any product, and that the process is never complete. If you have read this far, you know that this narrator of history has issues. Yes. I am an Easterner invading, once again, the West. I once and briefly lived in a radical-infested city. I am a feminist, a 318. Half-baked socialist, an atheist with little patience for religious groups that exploit the bodies of women. I am the Westerner's worst nightmare, an Easterner with an opinion. Worse still, a white woman with a hobby. A busybody, variously manly and sentimental. This busybody language worker believes that it is now our duty not simply to build a better monument, but to see the monumental as the etymology of the word would suggest, as being a monstrum from the Latin for a divine omen or warning. Perhaps as a warning that our work is never done, that we must always revisit the place of that work. There is no beginning, middle, or end to the Bear River massacre and rape. There is only today's effort to understand, to pursue the consciousness necessary for not repeating it. To pursue syncretism, the new us. Where us is them. Melinda Dunford sees the place where her grandmother let her baby go, the place where her grandmother pushed her howling toddler out into a current of ice and blood. Dunford has heard her grandmother's story her whole life. But she has never seen the place. She is shown this place by a white woman, Allie Hansen. She sees. She puts her head on Hansen's breast, and two women cry. I see. I see them, for a brief moment. Curtis Warner's father used to drive him to the Cache Valley from Montana. This is the place. Curtis saw. Someday Curtis and Mallory Warner will bring Tyler here. And Tyler will see. We. Will we see the we of them? If you have read this far, I ask you, will we monumentalize the Bear River massacre and rape? Will we build a national historic site, set a painful history in stone, and rest content that our work is done? Or will we build the site and tell it all in the river, let it flow, and in the end that can never be an end let tomorrow speak what tomorrow thinks? 319. This page intentionally left blank. Afterword. As Arthur Schlesinger, Jr. recently put it, history is an argument without end, that's why it's so much fun. I learned this lesson from Maytimbimba Perry and Curtis Warner, who are distrustful of academia's tendency to squabble over the trees, while willfully neglecting the forest. I do, however, accept full responsibility for failures in a good faith intention to present what we know. Thus, an afterword on my methodology, in Chapter 2, the descriptions of the public hearings held in Preston and Fort Hall by the National Park Service in December 1995 are gleaned from notes taken at those events. My memories of experiences at Idaho State University are aided by journals, letters, and emails written at the time. Consequently, speeches and events represented in that chapter should be considered approximate transcriptions, rendered to the best of my ability, hence the absence of quotation marks. The descriptions of historical sites in Chapter 3 are based on my access to these sites during July 1998. The 5 interviews in Chapters 4 through 8 were all conducted during that same July. All of the interviews were tape recorded. In composing most of these chapters, I again took the liberty of editing the natural repetitions expected in conversation, at times to regroup what was said along the lines of like subject matter, and occasionally, and only when doing so would not affect the spirit of the speech, to alter the syntax of the speeches to ease the work of the reader. 2 of the interviews, however, I have presented in near entirety. In the case 321 of Matimbimba, I have transcribed our conversation as a whole, and in its original order, so that the reader may judge my own responsibility for the awkwardness of that encounter. Also, I realized only after the fact that during my interview with Curtis Warner, I spoke much more frequently and freely than I typically do when interviewing. This may be attributed to the fact that we have known each other for some years, but it is also true that he was once my student, a relation that perhaps empowers me to interrupt and challenge him more frequently than I would, or should, have done with an interviewee. In composing that interview, I include for the reader some hint of my intervention in that conversation. The conversations relayed in Chapter 9 are recreated from emails, voicemails, and notes taken during telephone calls made in July 1998 and November 2002. I have represented these utterances as accurately as possible. By raising the problem of the language practices typical of that discipline we call history, I have tried to account for a little known, yet nonetheless pivotal, event in U.S. history. Theoretical problems are bound to surface once the telling and the teller are deemed vital to the tale, and I refer readers interested in pursuing this line of inquiry to the work of the new historicists, recent work in cultural, ethnic, and post-colonial studies, and cultural politics, studies in cultural ethnography, and more imaginative approaches to historical, biographical, and socio-cultural incident. Any errors of comprehension or perception in the foregoing are, again, mine.